Okay. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for being here. It's March 14th. Today is Chief and Council's external business. There's a few things. You will have to step, Chief Council members have to step out to deal with things, and a couple will be on Zoom. So today is the agenda for today. Is there any questions or deletions for today? There doesn't seem to be any additions or deletions. Can I get a motion to accept the agenda? Seconded by Robert. I'll move on to our minutes. February 29th.
February 29th, my name's not on there. I attended because I have notes from that day.
I verify that because you're sitting right next to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
The box is empty, so
Yeah.
we'll correct it. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. I was like, what? I think I was there. You had me thinking for a minute. Yeah, because I have notes from that day, so.
Just do time.
Like later in the box, like sorry.
That's okay. I was like, well, you just had me thinking for a minute. Was I here or was I at a funeral?
There's a few action items. Take one, topics and email to both business companies, which is done. To stall the proceedings on that, the land.
Mm-hmm.
First station, which is the letter was sent out.
Okay.
To Macintosh contact sent it, get information.
Good job.
They did the learnings. That's
It's
done.
fine. Okay.
Megan, Allan. I'm assuming that's for,
Yeah.
that's where we're going.
I'm going.
Looking for great, look for great. One for all, we would bring up the elders, that's ongoing. Chief and Council discussion on archaeology exploration in the area. This is the area that we
That's up in Finerty.
are doing.
I had a quick lunch with Brett Hutchins, the guy who's the president of the cycling club. The other day, and we were talking about he wants to get Alyssa in there to do 3 days of going through and making sure that there's no other stuff that's going to be found like right off the top. So because they want to do some upgrades in there, and he said we want to make sure that that's all respected first. So, which is good.
Yeah, I remember someone mentioned to this, when the snow's all gone, go for a walk.
Yeah, he invited all of us to go in there and take a quick look. Yeah. Which should be tomorrow.
Letter support. Oh, that's the trail upgrades. That's all ongoing. Letter support to be provided to hockey coaching. Hope like that's done. If there's any, okay, yes, I think that's done.
Mhm.
Letter support for the central excellence, which is done.
The action items from previous council meeting, which all are done.
I think they're all done.
It's all done.
Opportunity. We're looking for a date for that. If we just contacted Sonia.
One is presenting tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow council meeting.
First one on the agenda.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, member for minutes. Wendy. Seconder. Crystal. All in favor. Motion carried. Okay, the first one we have up is natural resources. Yeah. This is Bangor, right?
Angus.
Angus, Libby. Really? Okay, like just give us ditches.
Morning.
Morning, Bank.
I think I'm still expecting, there's gonna be 2 folks in person and then 2 other persons online.
Okay, we got like 10 minutes. Do you want to give us a brief overview?
Yes. Thank you, Council. So last year, we had the leadership of Vitreo come in. We had a meeting here, and I know, Council, you have a few questions. If you look at one of the documents I have attached, yes, where you have the Vitreo.
Yeah.
So that is a synopsis of the discussion we had last year when they came in. If you recall, we had some very important questions. If you flip to page 2 of that document, some of the page 2, the second one.
Okay. These ones 2 feet in the very front.
Some very important questions, and just to give you background,
There you go.
the project itself. To give you background, the project itself falls a little bit outside of the boundary of Depenau. And if you recall, I did mention that some years ago, about 3, 4, 5 years ago, there was a work that was being done to sort of realign and expand the boundary, but it didn't go through council, so there was no approval given. I believe we've had that conversation over and over again. Anyways, so it falls in McLeod Lake territory, and then in a territory where it is neither shared. It's basically a little space that no nation is claiming. Yes. So the road goes from McLeod Lake into that space. And so we have a high stake also as the stakeholder in that project. And so that conversation happened. And if you look at some of the questions we had, the borders around, have they had any conversation with previous other nations, McLeod Lake and all? So there's been a lot of project updates. So the project is going through environmental assessment process now, which is a lengthy process. It's time consuming. It involves gathering data. It involves all sorts of things, socioeconomic studies and all of that. I expect that we will be asking questions around that. And then I'm aware, insider info, that they've had extensive conversation with McLeod Lake, which they've not had with us. When I spoke with the CEO, Scott, he actually said he sent us, during the Natural Resources Forum, he sent us meeting invite for a breakfast meeting. But I mean, Chief Counsel, everybody was busy during the, so I told him, unfortunately, because it couldn't happen because everybody was busy and then we were all preoccupied and all of that. They are working with Stantec. I expressed to him that yes, we would love to work with their consultant, but beyond that, we want to have a conversation with the company and not just a third party, which is we want to have a conversation with the main shakers and all of that of the company.
Who's Stantec? Are they the guys who did the TUS for the thing?
Stantec
that's right. He was jumping on it because he sent an email the other day about
Stantec
that. Okay.
did the TUS. Yeah.
Okay.
Stantec is a big company.
Okay.
So the CEO will be joining the meeting, and then some folks from Stantec will be joining it. And then if we quickly go through some of the questions we raised, because specifically we told them we would have a follow-up meeting. That was last year, but I'm hoping that they will also kind of give a brief update of what has been happening since we last met. For now, we've not gotten $1, so we've not even had that conversation with them to date. But I'm more interested in Quickly Stainless stake in that project.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm hoping that we will have conversations around what we really want. And I don't mean crumbs, you know what I mean? I mean having something concrete for future generations that will still be benefited and all of that. There was another thing I mapped out in my notes that I want to point out to council.
That's another one. I'll start this one.
Yes, so they did share the presentation document, which I know I shared with council, but it's been a while that happened. But this meeting, I believe, is an opportunity for council to update and then to also be very, very specific in some of the things you want for the band in that project. I specifically asked that we need to meet the CEO. Yeah, it's okay to work with third party, but we want to really hear from the horse's mouth what their thoughts are, what their plans are, and not just a third party.
They have NASCO. Why did they talk to NASCO?
I don't know. Honestly, I just don't know. I don't know. The same issues we are having now. I don't know.
That question wasn't asked.
It was asked, I believe. If you look at page 2 of that document.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Yeah, it's just because they are also claiming to construct. But even at that, it's still a long distance away. I mean, this is Prince George, and we are looking at the project here. I mean, it's still the same thing. Yeah. We've been talking about approaching and all of that.
Where's NASCO? They're way over that way, aren't they?
They are claiming from Quinnell down to somewhere around.
Oh,
That's
Even if we assume it's correct, I mean, even if we assume, which is not the case,
mhm.
I mean, we're looking at here and then the project is done.
Yeah. Well,
They know that.
that don't make sense at all. Like seriously.
Lisa, Michelle,
Trying to draft them up here.
This should be one more person, but if it's not here, we just let them.
okay.
If I start making noises, though, please let me know.
My stomach growling. So loud.
I think we can start.
Yeah, okay, so Lisa, Scott, and Michelle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Morning.
Good morning.
morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
So,
So,
Are we-
welcome. So we'll start off with a round table, so you know who's all here. We'll start with Wendy.
Wendy Jail Council.
Topic Islam Executive Director.
Good morning, Cal McIntosh Council.
Colleen Logan, Chief.
Barbara Allan, minute taker. Crystal Gibbs, council.
Robert Gagnon, Council.
Natural Resources Manager. We move over to you.
Great. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'm Scott Broughton. I'm the CEO of Vitreo Minerals and the proponent. Colin?
Yeah, Colin McCormick, Vice President with Vitreo Minerals.
I'll go next. Lisa DeSandoli, I'm a consultant to Vitreo with Stantec. I'm helping them with their regulatory approvals program.
Hello, I'm Michelle Perret. I'm a consultant as well with Stantec, and I'm supporting logistics for Vitreo. And I will, if it's okay, I'll also be taking notes today, and I will send them to you for review and correction of any errors and omissions, if that's okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you for meeting with us. Maybe we can start with a brief project overview. I guess it's a good starting place, and then we can have conversations along.
Thank you, Benga. We have a little deck we already have together. If that's okay, we could share that on screen and go through that.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, just give me 2 seconds to get this up.
I'll include a copy of the deck in the notes that I forward as well.
Yeah. And Lisa and I will share duties on the delivery of this, if that's okay.
Do this one out. Okay.
There we go. Thanks very much, Lisa. Okay, again, thank you very much, Chief and Council, for the opportunity to meet and present an update on Angus. On the next slide, Lisa, if you don't mind. It's March 14th. We recognize this is our first opportunity to present to Chief and Council. We very much appreciate that opportunity, and we look forward to your questions and comments and a conversation about our project. I realize too, we have limited time. Probably we'll try to go through this deck, and it's not intended to be formal in any way. If you have any comments or questions you'd like to ask on any one of these slides, please feel free. So we do have a safety moment. We've covered our introductions already, which is excellent. We have an overview of the project. It's really an update as well to highlight for you where we stand in the BC environmental assessment process. So we're going to give you an update on that and some of the timelines involved in it. We've already been involved in the process for some time, so we've had a chance to hear comments back from some Indigenous nations and from some communities and from the public, and we have a bit of a review of what those comments are and how we respond. And some of those have essentially helped us identify commitments that we're going to make and the mitigation techniques that we'll be using to address those comments. Go ahead, Lisa. And quickly, our safety moment, we do this ritually in our company, and I know Stantec does as well, just to remind everybody how to be safe in their day-to-day lives. And this one is around the use of cruise control in your vehicle. It's a great thing on dry, sunny days. It's not a good thing in the wintertime, and I'm sure you're all familiar of how not to use it during slippery conditions. Go ahead, Lisa. Happily, we've done our introductions. Thank you very much. So that Angus project is located close to Bear Lake, almost adjacent to Highway 97. I'll just highlight the background picture is our operation in Golden, British Columbia. So we're right on the Trans-Canada Highway and CP Rail in Golden. A relatively modern processing plant here, but very, very similar geology and rocks and process. So we've got some expertise in this. What we propose to build at Angus is a quarry. It'll be permitted as a quarry. We're going to mine quartz arenite rocks. These are very high purity silica rocks that have little grains of sand within them. And we'll transport those rocks to a raw sand plant at the quarry site. And we'll process those rocks to liberate the grains of sand. It's very, very simple processing. It doesn't involve any nasty chemistry or any nasty processes. It's going to look a lot like a sand and gravel operation to folks passing by. That sand material, or raw sand as we call it, will then be transported along existing FSRs to a finishing plant. That finishing plant is adjacent to Highway 97. At that site, we'll be drying the material in a dryer and storing it there before it gets sold. The intent of this material is to be sold as a proppant. It's used extensively. It's also known as frac sand in the use of for completions in the shale gas resource industry, such as the one in the Montney. So the Montney area, Chetwynd, Fort St. John, Dawson Creek, that area and that region is our target market. And that's a market that will be essentially demanding this material for quite some time, at least as long as LNG is being prepared and shipped offshore on the coast. Just highlight again, the picture in the background is of our plant. All those silos are where we simply store the dried material. It has to be kept dry and clean, obviously. There is some of our frac sand in the foreground though, and it looks a little bit like snow, but it's actually sand in a pile which is being stored outside. Go ahead, Lisa. Again, at the Moberly site in the background, so there's tented storage as well for some of those sand materials. But the point of this slide is to highlight where we've been engaged in our environmental assessment to date and introducing the project, and our focus has been with Indigenous nations, with municipalities and regional governments as well, with provincial agencies, as you might imagine, going through an EA, with stakeholders, a pretty wide range of stakeholders, with underrepresented, potentially affected populations as well in the area, and also obviously with the public at community meetings and at virtual meetings that we've held in conjunction with the Environmental Assessment Office. Go ahead, Liz. And we just wanted to review and highlight where we've reached out a couple of times to Clay. We've gone back in time in our calendar just to try to remember where we were, and this was just to revisit this. And I wanted to highlight again Vitreo's keen interest in connecting with Chief and Council and being in touch and having your comments and responding where necessary or where you might have questions to what the project is all about. So we're very interested in doing that. Go ahead. So the project map, this is a bit focused at the quarry site itself. And I'll just highlight in the title, it says IPD to DPD. So those acronyms stand for Initial Project Description. This was circulated last year in our environmental assessment process. It was in the pre-engagement phase that this was sent out as an initial project description. And again, we received comments back from all the stakeholders that we touched on earlier. And those comments have been worked into a detailed project description. That's the DPD, and it's triggered some really minor modifications to the project as we imagined it initially. They're summarized here, A, B, C, and D, and just to show you, maybe Lisa, you can highlight where the quarry actually is, that purplish outline, right? So that's what we're going to propose to mine. Over about a 20-year period. It strikes northwest and southeast. It's about 2 kilometers long. It's about 500 meters wide from the top crest to the crest. And we'll move materials, blasted material out of that quarry over to the raw sand plant, which is in the yellowish boundaries there. The trail between those two places, that haul road, is going to be new. But the rest of the area is already essentially disturbed by logging and FSRs and other forestry tracks. We will look at building an external waste rock storage and fine storage. That's in that green shape located at A. It was previously situated at a site B between two ridges. And we moved it there because of the wetland area that we saw as a sensitive spot. So we moved it to a single area just to the north of the quarry site itself. I want to highlight that we intend to not build a tailings facility. There's no tailings dam. There's no massive quantities of water being stored here. And that we will be dewatering the fines material that we do produce and backfilling it into the quarry. As a result of that, we get to recycle and recirculate a lot of the process water that we use. That's an important aspect of the project for us in terms of making sure we manage our water properly. But also it allows us to place the materials, the fines material with the waste rock into that waste stockpile at site A. We think that's probably larger than it will ever be. We're being a bit conservative about that, but that's where we're at with our initial designs. That location of that site has triggered the development of a settlement pond at site C there. And that's really just to capture the water, control of runoff from it, and maintain the any sediment that might be associated with the construction there at that time. And then the ultimate one is that we've added a disturbance boundary to the quarry and to that site and to the raw sand plant, all contained within the EA. And we kind of view that as our sort of limit as where we could do construction within that boundary as we go forward with the project, just to give us some flexibility in terms of the final design of where things will actually go and how big they might be. Okay, and then the next picture actually tells a more complete story about all the project components. So on the left-hand side, Lisa, if you put your hand on that highway, that's Highway 97. To the north of us is Bear Lake. To the south, about 60 kilometers is, oh, Lisa's out of control.
Sorry, my mouse is really sensitive. Apologies for that.
No problem. To the south is Prince George, about 60, 70 kilometers. We access right now along this FSR, which is the North Olson Chichinka Log Lake FSR. Again, we're making use of existing disturbances, minimizing new disturbance anywhere in the area, in the region. But as I mentioned earlier, the quarry and the raw sand plant are off to the right-hand side. We will be transporting raw sand along the FSR. and delivering it along the 2800 FSR, underneath the power line, and up to a finishing plant site. And at that site, we have a simple drying process using natural gas to dry the material and stockpile the material, similar to the pictures we showed you earlier from our mobility operations. And from there, the current plan is that we will be trucking the finished product north, again, likely into those centers at Chetwynd, Fort St. John. And interestingly enough, we're close enough to some of the well completions that are going on that we can do direct shipments to some of those jobs, which is really a unique proposition. You might be aware a lot of this very same material currently is coming from all the way from Wisconsin. So we're making this a much more local supply of this critical product that goes into well completions. So there's two ellipses on this map. The first one is on the FSR itself. That's a part of the road for any of you who've traveled along it that is in some places against a fairly steep topography on the north side. And we're not sure of the exact locations of things like power poles for bringing power out to the site, or indeed line of sight for safety on the road. So we're going to make some modifications as we move forward with the project in that area, but not over the whole length of it, just in specific localized portions of the FSR. And then we've also adjusted the location of the finishing plant site itself just to the south to avoid existing tenures and other things related to the access to gas. So those are really just differences in what we had on maps previously from the initial project description to now the detailed project description. Maybe this is a good point to entertain any questions or comments if you have some thoughts about the project.
Wendy?
The adjusted transmission line buffer, the bottom there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that part there. Is there an existing road there already, or is it just what's going on there?
Yes, that's a well-established road, the North Olson Road. It's been there for decades, and a lot of logging happens in the area right to the mine site, but also well east of the mine site as well that we propose. So again, we've been really interested in minimizing our disturbance and making use of existing infrastructure and disturbance related to the forestry industry.
And how do you guys monitor the fact that, is it all gated in your plant there, or like can just anybody make access through there?
No, like all mine sites are regulated by it's called EMLI. That's the acronym, the Ministry of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Initiative. And so under the Mines Act, we're required to have security, and obviously there will be gates and access will be limited to the quarry and the plant sites. The FSR itself, it is used by logging companies, but it is also used by the public. We've had this comment back from some of the locals in Bear Lake and from some of the folks at McLeod Lake and West Moberly that there's an interest in going to continue along that FSR to go and hunt and gather in the area as well. So we're aware of that too and want to make sure that opportunity still exists.
It's Robert. Who have you spoken to about this other First Nations and all of this, Scott?
Which other First Nations? Is that
which other First Nations have you engaged with that are engaging with you right now with this project?
Yeah, we are engaged with McLeod Lake. We're very close to them. Obviously, they're at McLeod Lake to the north of us, and West Moberly First Nations as well.
You haven't had any conversations with Nikosley or NASCO?
We have indeed reached out. We've had a conversation with the economic development officer at NASCO. That was probably over a year ago as well, but we haven't had much feedback at all or interest from them since that early engagement.
And how long do you expect your project to go on? What's the life of this whole thing there, Scott? You said that as long as there's gas going up there, this is gonna keep going, right? So is this
Yeah.
like a forever thing? No, not a forever thing, but how many years are we talking here?
Well, what we proposed, these are great questions, by the way. What we proposed is a 20-year mine life. That's what we're currently permitting. That 20 years will supply 2 million tons per year of proppants to go north into the basin. And our view is that the demand will be much longer lived than that, but we don't know how that will actually play out. It's like every market, every time. We don't know what things will be like 20 years from now. But there is a pretty compelling case for the mine potentially continuing its operation beyond 20 years.
Are you guys a publicly traded company, or are you guys just?
No, we're a private company. We have a single shareholder who happens to be a large resource management fund. So we're pretty well funded. We've spent quite a bit of time and energy and money in our exploration and now in the regulatory process. So we're committed to this. We're not kind of bound by the same challenges that small public companies have in advancing projects through the EA. It's a very expensive and onerous process, and it requires some serious commitment. And we're in a pretty strong position.
So just one other question. What do you want from us? That's, I think, when it comes down to it, as just somebody who's an official with the band, I'm just more curious as to what exactly it is you want from us.
We'd like to have a happy relationship. That's the first thing to say. And, you know, we're keen to start on that. And we recognize that we're in close proximity to Clay Tenay, and we would like to highlight that we think that there are opportunities here, both for your First Nation and for other First Nations, and indeed for other communities, including Prince George. There isn't an immediate ask to be specific about your question. We don't have an ask. We would like to, and we're happy to have the opportunity to present it to Chief and Council. But again, the environmental assessment process, which you have, which Clay has participated in to date, and I think wants to continue to participate in, is an important one in terms of us getting through our permit process. So your comments, your interest in the project, your thoughts to it, all of those things are valuable to us and obviously valuable to the environmental assessment.
How far along are you in the permit process right now? Sorry, I just keep asking these questions. They keep running into other little avenues here.
It's okay. You're welcome. We do have some slides on that, and Lisa's going to present that in the next slides if you want to jump to that.
Yep.
I'm going to hand it off to Lisa, but again, thank you for those questions. Really good.
Yeah, so that's a good question.
Sorry, before you proceed, I just have one question on the previous slide. I don't want to miss that. Yes, just in background info to council, the details project description, that's what it's called, the PD phase. We have provided a response. We're working together, EDI and LTNE, on that comprehensive response. But I want to pick Scott up on, probably I know this already, but I want to get that directly from you. So you mentioned that you will be transporting the sand along the FSR. Is that concluded already, or you are still considering the option of rail?
Well, two things. We're moving two different types of material. So along the FSR, what you see on this map, we'll be transporting raw sand, which is wet, along the Forest Service roads to the finishing plant. Okay, so that's just within our operations. We'll be moving raw sand to a finishing plant before it becomes final product. The final product we propose will be moved on highway trucks north to Chetwynd and beyond, right? But that's sort of a third party to the project. All we're permitting at the moment is the quarry itself, the raw sand plant, the transmission line that's required along the FSR, and the finishing plant. So that's what's contemplated in the EA. Does that help?
From her calculation, that translates to 20 trucks, I believe. Is that per minute or so? Are you aware of that?
I'm sorry,
I
I didn't.
think we provided that in our comments, that translates to about 20 trucks moving per minute or thereabout.
Not per minute. No, there's a truck on the highway. If that's where your question is, there's a truck about every 10 to 15 minutes going north from this site. And part of our environmental assessment has included discussions with the Ministry of Transportation about how we will access the highway and how those trucks will come in and leave again from the site. But we are also undertaking traffic studies and review of information, and we've had several comments already from communities about the use of the highway, and in particular the Pine Pass area during wintertime. And we understand that that's a concern for some folks, but we'll highlight as well. We operate in Golden, right on the Trans-Canada Highway, very similar terrain, the Rocky Mountains, very similar winter conditions. There's probably 1,000 times more traffic volume along that section of road than there is on Highway 97. It's not a unique highway in that regard. And one of our thoughts, if that's what you wanted to talk about, and I apologize if that's where we're going in this, but one of our thoughts was that the Pine Pass part of the highway in particular isn't serviced very well. It's not very well maintained, in part because of the volumes that are there. We think that there will be potentially enhanced safety as a result of the additional trucks and the need for those materials to move year round.
Well, I guess another thing on my mind is, so what happens when there's spillage, especially around the Pine Pass? Yes. Is that already simulated, or it's something we will discuss later?
Well, no, we could talk about it now. I mean, accidents and are something that will be of concern for us. Obviously, we don't want to have any kinds of accidents, but in terms of spillage, the material is completely inert. It's silica. It's going to be relatively easy to recover it as well. It won't contaminate any water bodies or any streams. It's in coarser sizes than the harmful respirable fine material that you might have heard about from silica hazards. There's no way that this material can be inhaled or ingested and hurt anybody or any wildlife or any fish life.
Okay, thank you. We can move on.
And maybe, Scott, we can provide, we can drop off some samples for Kabanga to see.
Sure.
Next time Trevor's in Prince George.
Absolutely. And we have similar materials, obviously, in Golden that we ship, and we have MSDS sheets. You might have seen those before, Kabanga. So that's a material safety data sheet, which highlights just how safe and essentially inert the material is. Okay, I think we better keep you back on track. It's Lisa's turn.
Okay, so where is the project in terms of the regulatory approvals process? So this slide is from the Environmental Assessment Office's review process. And so with respect to an environmental assessment, the first stage is the submission of the initial project description. That occurred last summer. And then the initial project description goes out for engagement and consultation. The EAO provides a summary of engagement. That material, all those issues get rolled into what's called the detailed project description and how Vitreo is going to respond to those comments. That was submitted to the Environmental Assessment Office in the fall of last year. And right now, the EAO or the Environmental Assessment Office is working with stakeholders, communities, and regulatory agencies and participating Indigenous nations, which includes Clear Lake today, to determine whether the project will proceed to an environmental assessment or not. We're expecting that. It's called a readiness decision beginning of April. And then we're expecting that decision to be positive. Yes, the project will require an environmental assessment to proceed. And then the project goes into process planning. So that's where we negotiate the terms of reference for the project or for the environmental assessment to support the application development and review. So we're really at the beginning of the whole project in terms of the regulatory approval process. The certificate we're anticipating, or so the environmental assessment approvals, sometime actually late 2025 or early 2026. And then the permit development and granting of permits sometime in Q1 2026. Does that answer the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have a long path through 2024 and 25 before we get there.
Yeah, still a lot of work to do.
I guess throughout, we'll be back at the table for more discussion, I would imagine.
We hope so. We hope that we're invited to come back. Yes.
Okay. So what Vitreo has heard through the early engagement process and review and engagement on the IPD and the DPD, there are some comments that have come up repeatedly. And so Scott's already talked, you guys have already talked about the profit transportation and particularly around the safety concerns in Pine Pass. But there's also been concerns raised from commenters on air quality. So particularly the dust impacts to the communities of Bear Lake, Summit Lake, and the Crystal and Emerald Lake recreation sites. So those two recreation sites are adjacent to the 2800 Forest Service Road and will be affected by, or potentially be affected by, dust emissions from use of that road. There's also been concerns raised about noise, particularly to the users of Crystal and Emerald Lake recreation sites. As it is a mine, there have been concerns raised around water quality. So is treatment required, potential effects to drinking water from the mine, and then downstream effects to fish. Process water, so the water required for the raw sand plant. So where is that water going to be sourced from? And then workforce influx and accommodation. So where will workforce be sourced? So there's about 150 construction jobs and about 150 operation jobs. So where will the staff be sourced from to support those jobs? Are there, and if there is an influx anticipated, what are the anticipated effects to the workforce, to local communities, including to gender-based violence? Also comments on what are the project's impacts to Indigenous interests and treaty rights, and then cumulative impacts and effects to wildlife and fish. So we'll walk through each of these at a very high level in terms of what Vitreo is, what their approach is with respect to this project. So for air quality, currently for the environmental assessment, we are preparing an air dispersion model that will look at anticipated fugitive dust emissions from the project, including from hauling material between the two sites. There will also be an air quality management plan. So this will be developed at a conceptual level for the environmental assessment and then at a detailed level for the subsequent permit applications. And that will highlight the use of mitigation and management measures to control and manage air quality issues. And that includes water suppression, baghouses, and vacuum systems at the raw sand plant and the finishing plant site. And that's very similar to the current operations at the Moberly plant. And then the use of water trucks or other control measures to manage fugitive dust from road use. And we will note that the Forest Service Road between the two sites right now is heavily used, but is not, there doesn't appear to be any kind of dust management measures. So it is quite a dusty road. There is the idea that the use of water trucks on that road will actually help control the dust and actually may improve air quality along that. Also for noise emissions, we will be preparing a noise dispersion model, which will include truck traffic along the Forest Service Road. There was also a noise baseline program completed to understand the background noise situation.
Can I just jump in, Lisa?
Yeah.
I just want to clarify the different types of dust, right? The dust that comes from a silica-rich resource, like at the quarry, is one that we need to control. The fine silica dust, it is problematic, and we intend to manage that, as Lisa pointed out, water suppression, vacuum systems, those types of things. The dust on the road that Lisa was just talking about is present now. It is different. It's not silica rich. It's clay minerals primarily. It really hangs in the air in the summertime and the dry seasons. And it's that dust which we also seek to try to manage as we have trucks moving across it. It does not present the same type of health hazard or potential harm as what the mine does or in the process plants. Okay.
Okay. With respect to water use and management, so I want there was questions around water treatment, as you might see at a typical metal mine. This isn't a metal mine. We are progressing geochemical studies to evaluate what the potential metal leaching and acid rock drainage capacity of the site will be. We think it's going to be very low, and the only water treatment that's going to be required is for sediment controls. So those sediment ponds, there's four or five sediment ponds at the site. That will be the primary water treatment methods. However, to understand that and to validate that assumption, we are conducting a water balance and water quality model. So that will predict both flows and changes to flows and changes to water quality as a result of the project. In conjunction with that, we are developing a water management plan that will outline mitigation measures and how water will be withdrawn and water withdrawal and use at the site. Also wanted to highlight that baseline water and surface water and groundwater sampling surveys started in 2021 for surface water and 2022 for groundwater, and those are continuing into at least the end of this year. There's actually, the groundwater team just got back from a sampling round, and the surface water team's going out again next week. And then for processing and makeup water sources at the raw sand plant, so the one at the mine site, those have been identified and prioritized. So first off, primary processing and makeup water will be from recycled water. So water that's already gone through the raw sand plant and will be reused. Contact water is the secondary source. So that's primarily from the sediment ponds on site. And then a groundwater source at or near the mine site. So investigations to identify what that source is and where it is currently ongoing. And then if there is insufficient water from those three sources for the processing water, a surface water source from the nearby creek will be identified.
Wendy?
Just a question there, and just curious.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know somewhat some stuff about mines and quarries and stuff. And what about the equipment? Like, you know, you have those great big machines and everything in there. And then what about the like if it's leaking diesel or oil or something, and it rains or whatever, and it goes into the water stream or whatever. What about stuff like that? How do you control the equipment from, like, if there's a potential break in a line or something or other, and then, you know, because that builds up in time too.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very good question, and all the operations, including the one that we have in Golden, have equipment, and there's the combination of fuels, so, you know, diesel fuel typically, and then there's motor oils, and then there's also hydraulic oils, and it's really important to note that most equipment nowadays, and we will enforce this at our site, Angus, have spill containment kits on board to look after that eventuality. In fact, the Ministry of Environment has very low thresholds with respect to the amounts or the volume of a spill that has to be reported as well. So that there's a lot of emphasis on operations to make sure that doesn't happen. But I'll highlight as well, downstream in these settling ponds, which are primarily designed for control of sediment, we will also have absorption booms there to collect any of the oils or hydrocarbons that are on top of that water before it can leave into the environment. So we think there's good ways to capture that, and of course the quality of the operation, which is what you're really speaking to, you know, will require contractors to to operate at a high level and not have those kinds of events happen to their equipment.
So I would recommend that we have another meeting set aside. I know everyone's got a lot of questions, but we only have 4 minutes left on your time.
Yep.
So we'll work with Banga and set up a time where council can come just sit and you can come sit and explain everything to us. Because I know we got lots of questions and how it works. And
yeah, for sure. We would love to do that. Maybe there's 3 more slides, Lisa, just quickly before your 9 o'clock. Sorry, before your 11 o'clock.
Yeah, do we want to do that or do we want to answer a few more questions?
You got 3 minutes, so I'll go through the slides really quick.
Oh yeah, whiz through them. All right.
Let's do that.
We'll save our questions for next time.
Okay. Okay, so for drinking water quality, we haven't identified any drinking water, like specific targets for drinking water that would be affected by the project. Be really curious. That's one of the questions we're trying to evaluate through our, trying to identify through our engagement and consultation program. But also, you know, is drinking water actually used in the site, and is that an effect on Indigenous interests or treaty rights? And so we still don't necessarily have an answer to that question, but we're really looking into that, or trying to, as well as, you know, effects to community health and well-being. So that will be part of the investigations for the environmental assessment. And then for workforce influx and accommodation, because the project is located so close to Prince George and Bear Lake, Summit Lake, and the Cloud Lake, Vitreo is really confident that the workforce can come from those local communities. So there's no need for a work camp, and we don't anticipate that there will be much or any people moving into the community to support the project. Maybe for particularly specialized skill sets, but the vast majority of the workforce will come from local communities. There likely won't be an effect on Prince George because of the size of Prince George, but because Bear Lake and Summit Lake are fairly small, even a small contingent of people coming into the community and working there may have an effect on those communities. So we will be looking at that in the environmental assessment.
Better hurry, Lisa.
Am I done?
You better
2 more minutes.
We already talked about the profit transport.
Yeah, keep going.
I guess the question was asked about what we would like from Claylee today. So we're just looking forward to understanding Indigenous interests, or your interests in the project area, and then any support needed by Claylee today and to proceed on necessary studies to really understand those and evaluate impacts.
Keep going, Lisa.
Okay. So wildlife and fish, those studies have been on. Okay.
Next slide.
Am I done?
Next slide.
Next slide. Okay. Oh, next slide is just the suite of mitigation and commitments. So
next slide.
Next slide. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief and Council. Thank you.
So we'll try and set up a meeting fairly quick, and if you could send us the slide deck thing, so we can just get our questions and we'll hammer you when we next meet you.
No worries. Thanks so much, Chief Logan and Council. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
We'll set up a meeting in April now, find the dates that we can fairly soon. It'd be we all have a lot of questions.
Mm-hmm.
When the reports, like honestly, I didn't know there's that much report stuff there.
Yeah.
The second one we have in the afternoon too, it's going to be on Silica, right in the middle of the which I'm hoping that it's going to be a huge potential benefit to the bank. Longworth, yeah.
Which one is that, Ben?
Now we're going to have a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll be back.
That's going to be in the afternoon. Okay.
Okay, well, 10-minute break, we'll be back. back from the break. We're back from the break, and the first one up will be from the city. We have 2 council members that had to step out for quick meetings. So the city, who's it? Eric. Eric is up. Eric is up until lunchtime.
Come on in, Eric.
Come on in, Eric.
Thanks very much. Where would you like me?
Wherever you want. That ends all the hot seats.
All right.
So we'll do a quick introduction. A couple of council members had to step out to deal with some stuff. They will be back shortly.
Hey.
So we'll start with Topic.
Hi, Eric. Topic.
Hello again.
Right there.
Nice to see you, sir.
Nice to see you.
Good morning, Chief Allan Logan's.
Barbara Allan, minute taker. On Eric, Crystal Gift Council.
And you know me, Rob. Councilor Gannon. Good to see you.
That's so you have the table.
Thank you,
You
Chief.
have the table till noon.
Well, I don't think I'll take that much of your time today, but happy to have more
Never
from.
know. We'll be asking lots of questions.
Well, that's perfect. 'Cause I think that'd be helpful. So I've written up some notes, but I think just talking about it might be the best way to approach it. The city of Prince George is looking to put together a small delegation. We're thinking 3 or 4 folks at the moment to head down to Victoria to advocate on a whole range of issues. And we want to take that opportunity to keep strengthening our partnership and to start walking in tandem on things like the MOU commitments that we've all made. And so looking to invite participation from the nation, yourself, Chief, or Representative, as you see appropriate to maybe join in that delegation. We have some tentative dates in April, but it really depends on what the minister's schedules are. We think we need to go down when the House is sitting in Victoria to be able to meet the best number of people.
Yes.
So the first 2 weeks of April are what's being targeted, but it could be a bit later. And I've got that schedule here to share with you. In terms of cost for a person to go down, all included, maybe $2,500, give or take, with airfare and hotels and whatnot. And right now we've got a very long list of what we think we could accomplish, and that's everything from meeting with the Premier to the Minister of Forests to you name it. And so if there were to be interest in joining in the delegation, I think we would just spend some time figuring out what topics you might like to introduce. I've got all of our potential topics from our council here to share with you. But we just see immense value in talking about the acute care tower, which benefit our shared memberships, or if it's issues like Landers Road has come up for paving. If we wanted to sit down with the Minister of Transport and say, here's what the rough quote is, and here's a pot of grant funding we'd like to pursue, I think we could co-create what messages, but we are looking to go down, and we'd like to see that be a regional initiative, not just the city of Prince George. So I've got some literature I can hand out, but that's really the preamble, Chief.
That's a good idea to go down together and let them know that we're all working together. And this is.
Yeah, so it's a powerful message, I think.
I think I do.
And again, look at, if not this time, not that people, we sure hope this is the case, but if not this time, I think if we can get to a place where we're, speaking with a regional voice, and the mayor is standing next to the chief, is standing next to the chair, and sharing the message, that's quite powerful. Yeah. So the front is the committee report that our council on Monday agreed to. Frankly, it really doesn't say anything except we agree that we'll send a delegation. It doesn't talk about much detail. But after that is the calendar of known dates, and then 7 double-sided pages of who we might try to meet with. So it's not drilled down with the level of detail that we expect to have before we go, certainly, but just an idea of the topics.
And how often are you going to do it? Quarterly or?
So I understand this is the first time the city of Prince George will send a delegation like this outside of the big association meetings.
in many years. I understand, I think Marilyn Hall's first term, so 8, 9 to almost 10 years ago, I think they went down in the first year of the first term. And somebody said maybe 2009 was the time before. So the city hasn't sent their own delegation down to Victoria or to Ottawa in any consistent manner. So we think this might be, yeah, it's an election year. We might be able to put some pressure on the provincial government to make announcements in the region. And so I'm not intimately familiar with your project around what a youth center of excellence, if that's the right language, but you know, if that's something that you'd like to have face-to-face follow-up with Minister of Mental Health or Minister of Health or whoever's appropriate, I think those are the kind of things we'd look to put onto this agenda and stand next to each other as appropriate.
Yeah, so the Center of Excellence, Youth Excellence is just like encompassing everything under one roof. Right. So it's one of the running paperwork gets lost, and so it's just like everyone work together for all the youth. It's for our futures, our kids. Yeah, it would be pretty powerful. It would be extremely powerful for.
Yeah, the timeline. The timeline for an early April delegation is extremely, it's quite tight. Yeah, essentially, you know, we're sort of playing with the idea of giving advance notice to the 14 or so ministers tomorrow, just to say, we look to be in your area for these rough dates. Do you have time to talk with us on this bullet point? And then a lot of work on the staff side to figure out what we're saying, how we're saying it, what the material we're leaving them with is. So we're working hard to try to pull together a plan for early April. But like I say, if the nation would entertain this, but would like to see that be the end of the month as example, I think that's that conversation that our folks are absolutely interested in. So. But I'll stop talking and happy to answer any questions.
I think the one that, sorry.
Yeah.
I think the one that kind of gets me, the first thing that really gets me is the study or the preliminary cost that you did on Land Use Road. I think that's, me and Crystal were just talking before this, before the meeting started. And I think it's really important that this, that this happens, and lobbying, going down and having representatives from the city and from Lately Today is probably a good thing to get that road paved finally, and then we move on type thing, right? So, no, that's the one thing that I'm very interested in. I'm glad to see the preliminary cost came out, and yeah, that's an attention grabber for our nation for sure, for the north side.
So the cost of the paving is like it has go up like $1.1 million, right?
Yeah, it seems to be a little cheaper than what I understood.
That's what I thought.
Because I run through our director of capital project, so he was a bit surprised.
Yeah, so I understand it to be a fairly high level estimate that our civic operations folks put together internally. It wasn't, you know, a consultant out on the ground. So I imagine what they would have done is take the length and the standard to be built to, and maybe off the last couple of projects put together what they would expect it to cost. So I wouldn't go to the bank and ask for that dollar figure to do the project, but it, I think, is intended to put us in the ballpark. But I understood it to be a few $100,000 less than the previous time this was quoted a couple of years ago. So something to help us start to maybe understand what level of grant funding we're looking at. But in internal high level estimate, certainly, if that's helpful for context.
Very, very helpful.
I think it's important that Clayton goes down with you. I would have to probably delegate one of the council members because it is kind of short. And I'm both those, that was actually all the weeks you have, except for the 29th and 30th. But
if it's helpful to add to that, Chief, Mayor Yu doesn't plan on attending at this time. So just to say, our our chairperson also will not be in attendance. They're sending down, it looks like, councillors Frizzell, Skake and Sampson, and maybe Scott are the fourth. It's, and then myself as staff support likely. So, but
I think that it might be a good idea for us as a council to sit and figure out our priorities. Obviously, the land is road, so that whoever is going, they go loaded, right? Like get your biggest bang for your buck when we go. And then obviously meet with the city delegates in the line, right?
yeah.
So you get the for sure going the first week or the last week?
So the direction that I've been given at the moment is to try to line things up for those first 2 weeks of April. And that's just out of a place of excitement, really. There's a few folks that are really driving the initiative and they want to go down soon. I think if our partners were to say, we'd like to participate and we need a little bit more time, I don't think we would have a problem looking toward those later dates in April. The drive to go sooner than later is just around the election year, October being the next provincial, and NCLGA and these association meetings get busier a little bit deeper into the summer, but certainly late April, I think that would be a very.
And you got no more sitting sessions for the rest of the year scheduled from June on, because they're not sitting then, assuming they're out of session then, right?
Yeah, no dates known for the. So.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Depending on what dates, I mean, I think tomorrow we have an internal chat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can we discuss all of this tomorrow during our in-camera session? Just to idea.
Yeah, because it is important.
So it's important to find the delegation.
Just looking for timelines, right, Eric? You're not looking for a commitment, but you're saying, hey, maybe early April or late April is kind of what you're. Okay.
Yeah. So what council, city council on Monday said in that top report was sometime in the first half of the year. Thank you. So we're looking, internally to go sooner than later, but we've sort of got the blanket from city council on our side to say sometime before the end of June, let's get down there and do this. So I would propose if there's an internal conversation to be had around who, what, where, when, why, what the topics are, we would likely put a pin in our activity, just keep fleshing out what we think our topics are. And if we could hear back after conversation, just attempt to read them, if it looks likely to be joining or what the case is after tomorrow, then we could start to work at a staff level to get the notes together and start looking at flight options. And
We'll let you know by Monday.
that would be lovely.
Mm-hmm.
That would be lovely.
Perfect. Of course, we'll share with whoever's going to come meet.
And we'll keep sharing iterations of those, the list of 14 that keeps growing every time somebody has a new idea. We'll keep sharing it. And maybe there's topics that we, are both wanting to push at the same time, or maybe it's more showing solidarity to the nation as you present an idea in that same meeting and then back and forth. But a great opportunity to see what works well and what doesn't and figure it out. And maybe this is a model we can give more than a couple weeks notice in the future, of course, and really really drive to some investment.
Yearly thing. Yeah, annual thing. Mm-hmm. I think you guys get this list.
To get the list built out.
Yeah, this one.
So if you were to turn to I'll find the topic here. There's one about gaming grant money as example, and that one has some more detail to it. A lot of the items that are being presented here are things that the city of Prince George has previously done work on. Mm-hmm. And so it's really just on myself to pull that from old reports or recent letters to ministers and just reframe it. So I think to get this package as you see it, a much more detailed, reflective of that page about gaming. I don't think that will take very long. My goal is to have that early next week for the known subjects. The ones where we might need a little bit more time and collaboration would be around the topics of interest to the nation. And the one that I mentioned, the acute care tower, is really a regional hospital board, regional districts piece of interest. And so we'd be looking to pull that information from that group to add to the package. So on a great number of topics, Chief, I hope to have it early next week. On those more partnership driven ones, a little bit more time to, my priorities might not be the RD's priorities. So where that lands on Renee's desk, I'm not sure.
Eric, I have a question about the Minister of Education and Childcare.
Yes.
Number 5. So is it all city's agenda, right? Prioritizing expansion of DP school, specific ASPAN topic, taxation of SD property. How about our daycare?
So I think we'd love to hear, if the nation wanted to talk to the minister about challenges or different funding. I'm not sure what the content would be, but I think that's exactly what we're looking for. Is if it's the message say City Prince George is going to be talking or trying to talk to this minister. If we could go with a topic each or a list of 3, I think that's what we're trying to do. So I'm not familiar with the daycare operation and certainly the way the folks around the table are, but if there's a message that the minister needs to hear, this would be the opportunity to stand together and say it.
Yeah, so definitely the cost we anticipated previously, so there is some new cost, like it is like looks like city charging a lot of money, like for land discovery and all those stuff. That was like beyond of our expectation. It ended up like thousands of dollars. So sure, we should probably add it here, number 1, and
We're doing the city's infrastructure, which was unbeknownst to the whole start of the promise, I would call it, right? So it's getting up there. So I think there's some discussion around.
Yeah, I would, at first contact with the information, I think if there's a message that the minister needs to hear, perfect, we'd go together to Victoria to that. On this one, if there's pressures that our level of government, the municipal government, is causing around the project, then it might be a conversation here in the office or over City Hall, and we can get the staffs together. So just if it's an issue that we need to advocate to the minister on for a provincial resource or change, no problem. And if it's something that the municipal government down the way is doing, then be happy to get together on any of those topics and try to figure out what we can or can't do together. Yeah. So whether it's this meeting or a separate meeting that has to be stood up on the particular cost.
Yeah, we can wait on that one.
Yeah, we can wait.
I think one of the things we're talking with a lot of partners around some of the big issues that we have in town, right? There's poverty, there's eviction, there's new development, there's big topics. And one of the things that since joining the city, I've been saying to our partners is we might disagree on or not be aligned on an element of that, but we have these other 9 things we are. And so if there's a misalignment on the daycare as example, we could still probably talk to the ministers on the other 9 items and have that sidebar to figure that out too. So yeah, lots of opportunity.
Interesting.
Sorry, I was in this room. I'm Kyle.
Eric, really nice to meet you.
I'm Wendy. Council. I was busy with an elder online, on the phone. So.
Yeah, just thank you for the time to be able to share this. And my prelude for the councillors not in the room at the outset was this is a opportunity that might be in the near future. But if if this one doesn't come together because of logistics or scheduling, or we ask the ministers for their availability and they tell us that they're unavailable, as example, hopefully this is a model that we can start to work toward if there's interest.
So is there like a limit of ministers? Like if we contact all of them and only one is available, are this delegation still going to go down?
I think the conversation becomes amongst the delegation. Is that meeting worth it, or are those 3 meetings worth it? And so for the city, we've had a bit of a talk that if we were to get the Minister of Mental Health or Minister of Health, or a few of those big ones around our First Avenue project as example. So if the meeting was important and we only got 2 of them, we may still go down. If we were to get gaming grants or something that we could probably handle by email or Zoom, we won't send a whole bunch of folks down on airfare. So we're looking to request 15 or so. We expect maybe we'll get 5 or 6 of those meetings. And if we get less than that, depending on what the subject matter is, then that'll be a decision point if it's worth spending the money to do that. Yeah. So. Yeah.
You have this is the ministers all here? The 15 you're going to request?
The ones that we're thinking of at this time, but happy to add, if there's a name that's not on here that would be of interest to the nation and you have subject matter for the meeting, I think we'd be happy to stand with you and, be a part of that. Or if you wanted to have your own meeting off the side of the delegation, as appropriate, the door is really open to make this whatever serves the needs of the group. Mm-hmm. But at the moment, this is sort of who we're thinking of reaching out to. Minister of Forests was added last night at about 5 o'clock on the way out of the office, so it's still quite fluid. There's lots of room to add or pull from.
You got your work cut out for you.
It's a couple of days.
Yeah, there's a few ministers we could jump on. Those are things we could.
Yeah.
For sure.
There's a few things that jump out at me for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would say definitely count like it's Megan. One of us will be there. I'll first represent.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you very much, Chief. In terms of updates to the documents and more information, best that I send that over to Tofik to share as appropriate, or how should I give updates?
Tofik would be fine. Yeah,
Okay.
and then we'll know conflicts together and share with you what we're gonna bring up and address and
Brilliant.
we'll be on the same page and support each other.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that sounds great. I'm available anytime for more information. Folks have contact info, but if there's any other anything else that I can carry back to the city to Waltz and Mayor, I'll mention,
Tell what we want to talk.
Yes.
Just tell what we want to talk about. Like,
okay.
This and the city's cost, the community.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, I think we're not putting words in his mouth, but I think we're happy to get together and hear. Yeah, absolutely.
This should be an annual thing.
Definitely, yes. And that way we're all on top of speed and everybody's on the same page.
Some of the model that we use for advocacy with the city and a number of municipal governments is NCLGA, our Central Local Government Association, and UBCM, which are both annual events. and nations are able to take out membership in those associations should they choose. Coming from Valemont, we had a working relationship with there for some advocacy, and the Sim First Nation Chief Lambro came with us in that capacity to UBCM, and so that's sort of this delegation, but all of government in one hotel looking around the topic and sort of speed dating with all the municipalities over the week. And we found it really, really effective as Valemont Council in my previous life. Mayor Torgerson would line the minister up, and then, you know, it was a sort of a good cop, bad cop, depending on the situation. And we found it extremely effective to just build that relationship and shared understanding. So I just leave that as a parting comment, maybe. Prepared for questions as they may come.
Any more questions?
Not really.
No.
But definitely count at the plate with sand. We'll be going to. We will let you know Monday.
Thank you very much. We'll keep the information flowing.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
You're very good at this, lady.
Yeah. I went to my first one last year. I was like, whoa.
Okay, yeah, it can be a lot.
Yeah.
See you, bud. Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
Have a great day. Well, finished early. This will be discussed a little later on tomorrow in the in-camera session. Well, we can stop for an early lunch. And we will come back at 1 o'clock. Lunch.
Sounds good.
Good deal.
Okay, good afternoon, welcome back. We apologize if you see us eating, our lunch was a little late, we just got it. But our first presentation will be from Silica Project with natural resources. Okay.
Just grabbing some food.
Okay, so the end we're down there.
Okay. Are you organizing this technologically or is that up to me? Oh, good, okay. I guess I'll split it for this one because I had a technical goof up with. They're gonna have this
Sean Carlson and Joseph B.
Yeah, they're signed on. Yeah, they're our guys.
Okay, I'll bring them on right now.
The Allan Molina, the food roundtable, right here. Wendy Dale.
Wendy Jail, council.
Tofik Islam, Executive Director.
Phil McIntosh, Counselor. Chief Dylan Logan.
Margaret Allan, meeting minutes.
Crystal Gibbs, council.
Robert Denny, counselor.
And guys, not choice, that's fun. Bye. Michael Kiefer.
And we have John West, Counselor John West online. That's our team. Oh, and Shelton.
West, okay.
So.
We'll go to the
Joseph online. Who's online?
John Carlson here from Mount Wilson.
Joe Meehan from Mount Wilson as well. Good afternoon.
Yeah, Michael Kiefer from Mount Wilson and Kiefer Ecological Services. Neil Guthrow, hoping to be with Kiefer Ecological here pretty quick. So, yeah, jumping in this.
I'm Charlton Evangeline Shelton, Forest Resource Manager.
So you guys have the table. Let me please, we do apologize for the eat while you.
No worries at all. Thank you so much for having us here anyways. It's always nice to be back. I was born and raised in Prince George, so it's kind of my old stomping grounds. I've gone away for a bit, but I'm now in Quesnel, not terribly far away, quite frankly. So all of our families here, I get to drop my boy off with Granny and Papa. I don't think he's coming home with us, so I know. Loves his granny, so it is okay.
Yeah, Neil and I worked together for many years on the Blackwater Gold Project. I was lead technical review for Luscas, Depenau, and Algacho.
Oh yeah.
And so we're
the invite.
The invite, right? Okay.
Yeah, formerly I've been with Luscas Depenau for 10 years as their natural resources, and that's where I met Mike through the environmental assessment on the Blackwater project. And happy to say we made some very positive changes in that whole project and made some great advancements to really help move things along in a very positive way. After so many years, it's time to move on, and kind of bringing me here with Mike, just knowing how he operates and a good mutual respect for each other. So pretty exciting opportunities quite around the corner, quite frankly. So.
It should be right here.
Well, worked lately today, been here for over 9,000 years.
Nice. Oh, yeah. I've seen a lot of the stuff you guys have been doing here, and it's quite impressive to see. It's like fantastic. Someone's moving forward and being progressive and actually doing something and just getting your name out there, which is really important for that whole rights and title aspect to say, hey, we are here. Don't forget that. You have to talk to us. You have to come and consult with us. You have to talk to us in meaningful ways, and that's exciting.
That's we're pushing that, and we're like I've always told everybody, we're on the INAC elections term, so we're only in for 2 years. So we're 2 years.
So, yeah.
So try and get everything as much as we can, so we can work nation forward.
Yeah, no, that's true. I know at Cluscus there, so it's more the traditional system. So, chief and council are elected in by the families essentially for life or until they pass on or step down, whatever. And a little different, and that offers such tremendous stability to be able to develop something. Trying to get a capital project in 2 years. But I know I've had a chance to look at some of the documents that you guys have, and it's pretty impressive. It's nice to have that ACDEV separated away. That's a bit arm's length that it can continue on despite the turnovers.
Yeah, so we have technology working now. So we have a couple of brief presentations here. There's one from the company that I think might be more relevant for this discussion. Then we have a more technical one on the environmental side that if people wish to see that part, we can go through that as well. So thank you.
You have the floor till 2 o'clock.
Okay, well, thank you everyone so much for being here. It's a real pleasure. This is just a disclaimer that you always see on every mining presentation, so we won't worry about that detail. So first and foremost, this is Mount Wilson Silica. It's a brand new company that and Joe and I, who are on the phone, developed a little over a year ago, and our goal is to look for really good quality silica properties and look at developing them. And of course, with the background I have, before we wanted to do anything, we wanted to talk to the nation, because generally I work on the side that you're on, and we watch industry partners not behave right. So I'm going to do everything right through this company. So we see this meeting as a very important first step, and that we want to explore a relationship to see about how we can work together if you do like what we're talking about, and find out also about what skills and resources your nation brings to the table. Like, we understand you have an environmental partnership, you have a heavy equipment company that mostly is involved in the logging industry. And so we developed and submitted to you a bunch of technical plans for the environment that went to Chelton and Benga, and we met about a month ago online. And the result of that meeting is we're here today. And we don't wish to submit our documents to BC prior to your lands department reviewing them and us having a meaningful discussion, just in case we missed anything from your perspectives, which things happen, and we're very glad to adjust the plans as needed. So, yeah, as I was saying, Mount Wilson's a brand new company, and it's based in Canada. And really what we're interested in is silica, metal grade silica. So silica as a rock, it's basically silicon dioxide. So there's 2 parts to this rock, and it's very hard, and it's a sedimentary rock that's been metamorphosized. So it's been placed under incredible heat and pressure for a long time, and it's the result. It was sandstone, and then it becomes quartzite, which is what we're looking at, and its primary use is solar panels. And with the green energy transition, the world is going to need a whole lot of this material, and we feel that it makes sense to have North American suppliers for North America where possible. And I already talked a little bit about our company, but John Carlson in this team, he also founded Horse Creek Silica a number of years ago, and that's how John and I got to know each other. In 2014, we started this work, and they're working at constructing a smelter down in Tennessee to take this rock to make it into what's called silica metal, which we'll talk about a bit later. The growth is expected to be quite substantial for silica metal. And so we don't feel it's one of those minerals that's going to come in fashion and go out, because it's needed for so many different things. What is required, though, is extremely high quality rock, and that's rare to find. So we're worried about, in terms of the opportunity, the challenge to meet the domestic demand. Most of the mines in the States are exhausted.
And there's not a whole lot of other ones coming online. So from the opportunity is that we could really see good demand over time. And if the new car batteries that are being explored with silica anodes come to be and prove out, silica is going to be an even greater demand in not very long. And so as a company, we're really just interested in high-grade silica. And we have a number of deposits, which I think are shared in a future slide. So this is just our team very quickly. So there's John, he's the executive chairman. I don't know if you want to say hi, John.
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. Thank you for your time.
And Joe.
Afternoon, everybody.
Yeah, Joe has very poor connectivity right now. And then other team members, Jonathan Fitzgerald, myself, and I'm acting as the VP of Environment. I'm also an environmental consultant and a part owner of the project. So for me, it's a real pleasure being part of a company from the inside as opposed to looking in. And then we also have Bob. He's a senior geologist that I've worked with for many years, and he's pragmatic. He knows the stuff incredibly, and it really helps balance our team, having the folks like John and Joe who are expert on the financial side, Bob on the rock side, me on the environment side, and there's a couple others who work with heavy machinery who are also involved. So we hope to be very balanced and practical. So the 101 of silica, like I've mentioned, it's very important for solar panels, electrics, and other pieces. It's also used in traditional markets like the manufacturing of aluminum and other metals. In terms of the silica we see in this photo here, this is the stuff we're interested in. It must be incredibly hard. So you might have seen on the news, there's talk about silica mines in Manitoba that are based out of ancient sand deposits that are just still sand. Those don't work for silica metal, and it has to be at least 99% pure. And the other thing it has to have is thermal resistivity. So they have to be able to heat this rock up to 1300 Celsius and have it not explode. And today's a day for celebration on our team, not just because we're meeting you, but we got our samples back and we passed the test with flying colors for thermal resistivity.
Congratulations.
So yeah, we're very excited that this. So the other thing at play here too is it's now on the critical minerals list. So in the States and a number of other countries. And so quite likely it's going to be put on the list in Canada, which I have ignored. Please go.
With silicon, how come nobody brought it up before, like with all the mines that are different kind of mines going on, like all that rock and that they get rid of, and you know, all that kind of stuff, like with diamond mine, any kind of mine, doesn't matter what kind of mine, there's a lot of mining going on everywhere, all around the world. And how come it was never like brought up or
that's a really
thought of back then?
That's a really thoughtful question. And I think part of the answer is silica was not recognized as being important until recently. So the glass in our windows is made out of silica, but they can use sand to melt it down. And silica metal just hasn't really been thought about. And if you go to a geology conference, they're obsessed with gold, diamonds, silver, platinum, copper. And so silica is almost like the underdog of the mining sector, where most geologists haven't even thought about it. And that's how I entered the team here. Is one of the tasks for me was to find silica deposits. So I started phoning all the geologists and they're like, well, why would you care about silica? I'm not going to tell you that.
Yeah.
And so then we ended up finding this Longworth deposit that's in your territory. And I would say it's going to become more interesting in not that long.
Okay.
And the reason I particularly like silica from the resource development standpoint is, well, the waste rock, when you crush this into fine sand, you'll end up with some of that. That's the kind of sand they use to clean domestic water.
Oh.
So it's not toxic. The only thing silica you have to worry about is breathing the dust.
Oh, yeah.
So from that standpoint, it's incredibly simple. And the other part of why I like it is mostly the quartzite we're interested in is next to minerals like limestone and mudstone. And those are both on the alkaline side of the pH, so you don't run into issues with acid runoff like you do with, say, gold mines.
Oh, yeah.
So they're extremely simple projects to execute from that perspective.
Oh, interesting. Thank you. I was just curious as all because there's so mining's been happening for a zillion years now, and it's not like everybody's coming up with this new stuff and that new stuff. You know, it's just incredible what kind of stuff they're finding the further down they're getting, and uses of different kind of rock and material that they're coming up with.
And yeah, likely your nation had some small sites where it would have been mined historically for many, many years for the making of stone tools. This is a different grade of silica because it's kind of sandy but hard. It doesn't have the right lithic properties, but it's pretty cool rock. So here's Longworth. It's right in the heart of your traditional territory. And we have a few other properties just on a high level. Mount Rose is right by Vernon. And then there's a cluster in the East Kootenay in the Tunaha territory near Cranbrook. And the Longworth one is particularly interesting because of its size and because of the estimates of how much rock is there. So what we're talking about, it's a multi-generational opportunity. It wouldn't be a mine that comes in and is completed in 5 years and there's a legacy. There's so much quartzite there, it would be possible to mine it for 100 or 200 years gradually. And so I see it as long term. But these aren't huge mines either. This is more like a rock quarry we're talking about. So here it is. Prince George is here, Giscombe, Sinclair Mills, and Longworth is right there. And you can see there's a whole series of claims. And that's the biggest challenge on the technical side is not the rock, it's mountain caribou. So how we work with mountain caribou. And so before we even considered any form of exploration program, we did a study on the caribou where we got data from the province of BC, the telemetry data and the GPS collar data, and modeled it so we understood that. And I present those data in the other slideshow. And we feel that it's possible to go ahead with this with not risking that caribou. And we'll talk about that more in a bit. So this site, there's an existing forestry road right up to about here. And this is the first, if we just go here, we're talking about right here is where we think is the most practical to look at first. And it's pure silica, as I said, and this is kind of what the site looks like. So it's kind of at the edge of the quality caribou habitat because it's basically bedrock. So there's not a lot that is offered for the wildlife here, but the caribou are just over the hill in the wintertime. So it's a matter of seasonality. And we, when we were there, took samples just this fall. We just took a quick helicopter trip, and the rock is testing out at 99.8% pure, which is incredibly rare. And there was historic testing that said it would survive the thermal resistivity test. And we just proved it again. This rock actually had to go to Norway in order to get this test. And we sent it there in December and finally got this result today. And so this is just of the site showing some cross sections. And it's basically the only thing that's really important to see is the rock deposit's close to vertical. And I believe we have limestone on this side and mudstone on this side. So very positive from the chemical side. And what we're talking about for exploration is we've reduced the number of drill pads since we sent you the documents. And we're down to 4 drill pads. And the idea is we want to do no trace exploration. So if we don't believe it would be the case, but if the rock wasn't proving out good, that somebody else would be able to go hike by there later on. And if they looked really hard, they could see where the drill holes were and there'd be no other sign. We're not talking about building any roads. This would be purely helicopter supported.
Mhm.
And so we feel that's the best way instead of trying to build a road up there before you know anything, which we know quite a bit, but still we figure this is the prudent way and we're interested in exploring this summer. And so the next steps are we want to basically work with you to find out about creating mutual opportunities. Assuming there's good results, we look towards move at environmental assessment, which we understand with your environmental partnership that it'd be a really great synergy to work together, where members of my team and their team would all be able to kind of work and make it all happen in a way that resonates with you. So typically, like where Neil and I worked on Blackwater Gold, it was very one-sided by the big company hiring a massive consulting firm and questionable information. So it took us a lot of arguing to argue for the other perspectives on this, and doing it right in the beginning we see is really the path forward to mining in BC. So that is this one. And would you like to go ahead with the environmental one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to just stop sharing.
I don't know if there's any
Mike.
Yeah, please go ahead,
Sorry.
John.
Yeah, sorry, guys. The only thing I'd add, Mike, in this is if this deposit was ever brought online, the actual mining process, it's more like we're a mining company, but we're more of a quarrying company, right? It's a very straightforward process. There's no chemicals in this at all. It's a drill, a small blast, and then you crush the rock down to 1 inch to 3 inch, and then it gets shipped out by rail car. So we don't use any water in the process other than to wash the rock off before it went on to the before it goes onto the rail car. So just wanted to let you know, it's, we call it is a mine, but it's really more like a quarry. It's a pretty straightforward operation. And the only other thing I'll add is, the end product of this, I think to go back to the question that was asked earlier, the end product on this, the reason it's starting to become on the radar now is it goes into solar panels and electric vehicle batteries. Silica, so the rock is silica, it gets turned into silicon, okay? And that process itself is very clean as well. That silicon is what is in the top of a battery anode, and some of the unique characteristics of it is it can hold 10 times its energy, 10 times its weight in energy. So it is, it is leading the world. Silica will be leading the world in the green energy transition. Getting away from fossil fuels into, and this mine, because it is so pure, my feeling from having done this before, that the majority of this product will go into solar panels, computer chips, but most importantly, it'll go into electric vehicle battery anodes. So anyways, I just wanted to mention that because and sorry, I didn't mean to take a bunch of everyone's time there.
Oh, thanks, John. That's useful. Okay, so, oh good, this comes up. So that's another photo from Longworth. And this presentation is based on more the ecological science part and also about the permitting. So just quickly, my company, we do a lot of work in ecological restoration, environmental assessment, and we work with many different nations. Currently, I believe we're working with 10 from various parts of BC. Long-standing, positive, respectful relationships are how we do business. And so, yeah, here's a map of your territory that we pulled offline. This is our project again. And this drilling program, really, we just want to determine the quality and the more reliable amounts of the rock within it. And it's entirely within your territory on Longworth Deep Range. And so taking an ecologically driven process is unusual. It's typically always the geologist first. And in this case, other geologists found this, but I didn't think we should go ahead until we understood it better. So that's how we went about it. And the idea is because we don't know enough to do a helicopter supported drill program, like I said. And in year one, it was 9 pads, but it's actually 4 according to our geologist latest. And the water would be withdrawn from Wolf Creek, which is nearby it, that would basically just come on gravity. And the previous exploration have used this before. So we feel pretty confident there's enough water because it worked before, but we haven't evaluated that yet on site. And yeah, this, as I said, we're surrounded by limestone and mudstone that both have neutralizing properties, which when we're talking about mining, the scariest thing to me about putting a hole and breaking rock is acid rock drainage and other contamination. And with this kind of bedrock, it's extraordinarily unlikely. Yeah.
I'm just curious, like, when you start mining the rock and everything, how much of a change is that going to do to the actual area and environment?
Excellent question. So,
because like you find a big mountain with all this stuff in it, and then there's no mountain left after you're done.
That's right.
Then that kind of changes the dynamics of that area.
Well, maybe I can just stop sharing for a second, I'll share on Google Earth and show you the analogous mine to this. Share, there we go. Google Earth is not showing up. How come? That's because, no, it was open. Yeah, it's very helpful to see this site. Where are we? Gee, I'm having a hard time right now. We're on Teams, aren't we? Yes. One of these Macintosh computer issues I'm having. Yeah, I'm generally good with this. But, there's the meeting. Okay, there we are.
As declared.
Okay, you can tell where I was looking last. Galliano Island, that's where I live. So we're just going to go over to Golden. So this is the Tunaha and Sequapam territories here, and Blayberry, Golden. There we go. So you can see on this, our internet's not very quick. But there's this white blob here, and this is a high-grade silica mine that is unfortunately not refreshing. So,
Mine or the internet?
yeah. I don't know what is going on with Google Earth, why it's not.
Your time series at the top.
No, it's not going to behave.
Yes.
Google Earth is unhappy.
Mike, just try your time series at the top. Sometimes you toggle it gets better.
Time series, what's that?
Go up.
The reason I asked that question is because there's some mines and stuff that were like down south there, like just in just where you go through on the other side of Hope.
Oh, Copper Mountain.
Yeah,
that's
like it got like they're on their final stages, but they just left a great big void there, and nothing can grow in it anymore. And like,
why don't I just go to Google
like
Earth?
Yeah, I think that's a little more of a legacy mine back in the days when things could be done a little looser goosey, but.
I mean, it looks awful. It just looks like a great big crater, and there's nothing there, like nothing. It's just nothing can, and I don't know why they left it like that.
We're taking a new pass on Google Earth. This will. Now we have to find where we are again. Good thing I travel on Google Earth lots.
There you go.
All right, so there's Horse Creek Silica. Sorry about that. So this is the analogous property, and this is about 10 hectares. And at this stage, this mine is currently not operating, but basically this whole thing is turning back into forest on its own. And this is about 10 acres. We're talking about Yeah, something similar for what would last for many, many years. So it's nothing like Copper Mountain. If it was Copper Mountain, we'd be talking about an area the whole size of the screen.
Oh, wow.
This is really a quarry. It's much more like the Giscombe limestone quarry. So it's there. It's an industrial disturbance undeniably, but it's not in the same kind of scale. There. So back here, this is the site, and so the pit, this is kind of what we're thinking, and we're eliminating this area next to the creek. And next to this creek, just.
Which line are you talking about?
Sorry, the red line is the original idea, but the purple is what we would proceed with if everything goes ahead.
And what are the numbers on there?
These numbers here, this is just to show previous industrial disturbance. So we have a whole bunch of clear cuts right here.
Yeah.
And not mapped. There's also a brand new one right here. So it's not like this area is undisturbed.
I think we logged that last winter.
But it's
We must go. Yeah.
That's the royal we, I guess.
We're just finding out through these guys now. Now we know where you've been.
Yeah. It's been good one yet.
And show the maps no more.
And so, yes, we did a reconnaissance with our wildlife biology team where they took the collar data, they did surveys for what species were there, and there's lots of wildlife there. There's lots of healthy nature, but it's quite possible to do development on a project like this without unduly interfering. So certainly the wildlife, they found signs of caribou, bear, moose, mountain goat, mule deer, wolf, coyote, and the list goes on. And there's potential for a bunch of others like wolverine, falcons, various hawks. And they did this assessment for the caribou, which is particular concern because this being caribou range, and they took the collar data and placed it over what we're talking about then, and that's in the coming slide. And so here is the area, and this is the hard herd. And the hard herd's known to use this area mostly in the winter, but on the other side of the mountain.
Okay.
And so this is the collar data. So here's our site, and I believe this pink was, there was one animal that was collared that went into this area during the 2024 period. So we do know it's, sorry, that was, no, 2021 was the time. We know other caribou go there because they don't collar them all. But the critical caribou, when you look at this, it's much more over here and here. So we're kind of on the edge. And we would hope to work with you and find a way to make it work with seasonality and also to do offsets in other places within the caribou habitat so that where they lose a little bit here, they can gain in other places, probably through the removal of road infrastructure.
So on this map here, you're only talking about the mineral claims to the upper left. Oh, go back.
Yeah, that one?
No, it's the map one. Yeah, so you're only talking about the mineral claims right beside.
Yeah, just this one right now. This is how you could go if you did it for 150 years or so. That's pretty much all the exact same kind of rock in these claims. But the question is, do you need to go any further than this right now? We feel that this little area is enough to keep people busy for a long time, create some very good opportunities. And so part of this work is before you submit to any form of government for mine permitting is to develop management plans. And they need to be scientifically rigorous and good quality, which we hope your team's had a chance to review and like what we've done. And so we have wildlife, water, vegetation, and reclamation archaeological chance find and a mine emergency response plan that have all been shared. The wildlife management plan is really, the whole goal is to minimize impacts and to acknowledge what's there. So we know about the grizzly bear, the caribou, and it's a way to find out, how you can minimize the work. So for the time being, before there's any kind of mine, not building a road there is very key for caribou because roads are the biggest threat to them.
Yes.
And various other studies would be done over time, but for the sake of exploration, that's what these management plan levels is. It's higher level and designed to minimize. So in terms of water, we think our geology team overestimated the amount of water that's required, but it's a fair bit of water. Basically, to run the drills, you need to keep them cool. So you draw water in and water goes down in the holes and keeps the drills from burning up. Is why they need water to do the drilling program. In terms of vegetation impact, there may be a couple trees removed for safety for helicopters, but basically the site is really open naturally, so be a very minimal disturbance. There'll be not much of any damage to anything else other than people walking over it. So, a year or two later, no one would know if this project weren't to be worth advancing. And the reclamation part, basically, if there was anything like a white bark pine tree damage, they're a threatened tree, that the property would replant them. Safety, I don't think at our level we need to worry about this much, but otherwise it has, basically we just have to make sure it's a safe, efficient operation that's not putting any undue risks on the people who work there.
Well, what about the human side of it?
That's this.
You said it's the dust that you have to worry about. Do you guys have proper equipment and proper gear that people that are doing it wear?
Yeah, most certainly. So silica dust, we're all exposed to it every time we go down a gravel road.
Okay.
But over a long period of time, the dust is very much not good for you. But when you're drilling, there's so much water that the drill there'll be a bit of a slurry coming off the drill. And depending on when, the likelihood of anyone breathing anything is low, and then they'd be wearing respirators whenever the safety team decided there was any hazard. Other than that, really the main hazard is working with a drill. The silica dust is a long-term hazard, silicosis, but it's nothing that happens with a week or two of exploration.
And silicatosis is more associated with frac sand, that type of level of silica. The type of silica here, where it's because we're only creating a 1 inch to a 3 to 4 inch product, we don't crush it down to that level that creates a lot of dust at all. So as a mining, like for the drill, there's very little dust, if any at all. And when we actually mine it as well, there's very little dust because we're not crushing it down to a sand type measurement. Okay.
Yeah, and on that Horse Creek site, we have instruments when they were operating that are in the cabs. So you test all the different pieces of machinery to make sure their filters are working, just as part of your industrial safety. So that's our presentation. We shared a MOU with your team that, we'd really hope to hear from you and what you think about the potential and how we could move forward.
Crystal? I was going to say, no, this is solar panels. That's the way we're going towards, right? This is very interesting to me. For me, it is like very low impact, way in the future.
I think, and the only reason why I'm bringing this up is because caribou has been kind of a contentious point for some for wildlife groups around the area. And actually, no guy is protecting one north of town up at the Kennedy siding one. So, do you know the size of that herd that's on the other side of that mountain right now?
No, I should have had Steve here at the meeting, but we have that information. That herd is one of the few healthy ones.
Okay.
And just want to keep it that way.
Yeah, and that would be, I mean, obviously, like Darlene said, we don't want to stop, you know, because it is, we understand that it is the way of the future. We get it, right? The other side of the coin, though, too, there's a lot of people who work very hard to make sure that these herds are not disturbed and they're left in their most pristine way of trying to bring them back, right? So I think that would be one of my only major, in my mind, that would be one of the major issues that I would ever see as a contentious point. Yeah, as far as everything else goes, I mean, you have it all set out as per as how you're supposed to be. Now, the archaeological thing, I don't really think, I think you kind of touched on it, but is there going to be, like, we have an archaeologist with our nation, right? So there's going to obviously be, I don't know what has been spoken about that.
Well, I can tell you what we've done to date. We downloaded the Ministry of, I can't remember what the archaeology branch is called now, but we downloaded their potential mapping. Yeah. And this area is not within potential, according to their mapping. So it's in where it's low potential.
Okay.
What? And
it may not be so by the time we run through.
Oh yeah.
I mean, now that we've had this meeting, we discussed previously, we will put on some of the data we have with and get to see what we've got.
Yeah.
Because we do have data the ministry does not have.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah. So
that would be another concern too, because I mean, there's lots of archaeological things that need to be taken into consideration as well. And I know that we have the proper people in our nation to make sure that that's looked after properly too, right? So.
Yeah.
Sorry, I guess the other question I had was, you guys are a brand new company, correct? Privately owned?
Yeah.
Okay.
Crystal?
Yeah, so I was just, you said that you had an MOU and stuff. So what are we looking at after this meeting timeline wise? I know you said that this was kind of your first stop, and then I guess my second question would be, like once you're in the swing of it into work, like what kind of skill sets would you be looking for?
That's a great series of questions. So in terms of the MOU, really this would be a way to describe our relationship and how it would advance. So in the very short term, I mean, we're really looking at doing this exploration, and assuming the exploration is good, we hope to do it July 15th is when the caribou window opens up. So it'd be sometime July and into early August where the drilling would be. And for that, we would definitely love to have some extra people on hand to help the geology team. There's a lot of cores that need to be split. We need help with the water management, and there's good opportunity for driller assistance. But where it gets more interesting would be, let's say the project were successful in drilling, we could work together to develop the MOU further for the environmental assessment. So for that, there's all kinds of opportunities doing tracking surveys, doing the water quality sampling, the fisheries, and everything else, and then developing the EA, which is quite a large body of work that would take a couple of years. And let's say the environmental assessment were successful. By that point, we would hopefully be ready to develop a more advanced version of an MOU, something like an impact and benefit agreement, where it would spell out the next stages of the relationship where money starts being generated. And then it would go on to operations where there's basically this would be a quarry that would be run probably because of caribou sometime in July until October. And during that period, there's heavy machinery jobs, there's trucking jobs, crushing jobs, loading train cars.
What type of permitting do you need? Do you need a lot of permits?
Well, basically, we would trigger a BC environmental assessment, not a federal one. So we'd have to go through that. Some of the studies have to take 2 years. Water quality, fish, and wildlife studies should take 2 years. And then you submit the EA. And I like to think if we did an EA completely differently by actually working together as opposed to the typical model in mining, then the EA could move pretty quick. And in turn, you get your environmental certificate, and then you have to go into the next stage, and that's called permitting. And a lot of companies fall apart when they do this because they do inadequate studies. And they find out in the EA process that they don't have enough information, and they have to go back, and it just takes forever. And then they go to permitting, and again, they have inadequate studies. So if you have all your studies organized, we're talking 3 or 4 years, and you could be open.
Kind of one of those best case things, but you never really know when you're dealing with the permitting side of it. Blackwater, for example, they were hoping to have that open back in 2014-ish. Took 6 years to get through the environmental assessment, precisely for the reasons that Mike had highlighted there, is that we went through it and we found all sorts of problems in it. And we even went on through the conversations with the feds and said, you can't open any one of those books and point to a page and not find an error. It was just so badly written. They were talking like 22,000 pages that it was just ridiculous. But, you know, the work that we've done with the Caribou in particular, I'm very proud of that work because we set whole new standards for mines and how they operate in BC and what they need to do.
So when you were working with the other nations down south on the Blackwater, was it is that what helped expedite this process when you were working with them to get to that? Well, where you're saying you're not doing that, but your work, it makes it a lot easier to get to that point.
Blackwater was kind of the ultimate example of how not to do it right.
Yes.
They disrespected the nations. Their socioeconomic study did not include Algacho or Luscas.
Yeah.
But it included people far north who weren't affected. And so there was a lot of this throughout the whole process, and it really denigrated everything. And there's not a lot of good examples, unfortunately, but I understand there's a nickel project over at the edge of your territory that might be going the right way.
This is essentially where I met Mike. I was sitting in his position really as the natural resource side of it and the one in charge of all the environmental assessment, and having Mike and the specialized team really helped us move things along. And I tell you, I've been far better had they come to us and worked with the nation right from the very beginning to say, hey, this is what we want to do. This is how we'd like to do it. Are you guys, what are your thoughts on it? Can we do this? How could we work together? How could we even form that partnership? And, you know, essentially those learnings that we had from there is what brings us here today, is to say, well, this is what we're thinking. We haven't really done anything yet. We'd like to hear what you guys have to say first. I don't know what's out there, quite frankly. You said you've gone through the database and you're seeing some other information that have popped up, and that's critical for being able to do this work and to move things along if everything is agreeable.
Well, this is just provincial permitting, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Federal. And the province did say they were going to try and speed up permitting processes and stuff. I don't know if they have or not, or if it could just be.
Yeah, and BC is aware that we're looking to put in for a permit, but we told them they're going to wait until we meet you.
Oh, we're ready. Yeah.
Yeah, it was part of the, the economical benefits to First Nations that was one of the ways to handle that, was to kind of help speed up the process, because that's generally what takes almost time, right?
Yeah, and we're facing one pressing deadline, is we need to lock up which drilling company to use, and in order to do that, we have to have our permit in place to do the exploration.
And I mean, really, ultimately, what it comes down for us is, I mean, it's environmental protection, wildlife protection, archaeological stuff, but also too, it's about, well, to be honest, it's about money. Yeah, and I mean, really,
rightfully so.
We always, you know, have to be looking out for the interests of the nation as well, because we have people we have to answer to, which is our membership, right? So, yeah, what Crystal was talking about, you know, is there opportunities for our people to be employed? You know, is revenue sharing? You know, like how's that all look? And I'm assuming that is probably something that can be worked out in maybe with you. Have, right? So.
Yeah, and that's sorry.
No, so when we spoke earlier, I asked like a whole bunch of really kind of pointed questions. I don't know if we have time to review some of the answers, but I think the probably some questions that you guys ask yourself, so I'm just shutting up and listening to me ask them. You want me to point some things out? Actually,
Well, this is kind of relation to what I asked. I guess something that you could
compliments
expand on. Yeah.
Yeah. So the kind of things that I was trying to envision. Okay, let's just pretend that this was acceptable, to the community, and what would this mine look like when it happens? So I thought, well, what are the types of impacts we'll see? So there's going to noise was one of the concerns. Like, well, you got machines running up and down hill in a community that's kind of quiet. And it's a quarry, so there's blasting. So that's kind of the thing. And then the explanations that Mike and crew gave me, they seemed quite acceptable. So we think of it, so it's a quarry, so they have to blast the rock before they dig it. So when it was a blast, I think the biologist said, he goes, there was like was it not a crow, but it was
a common nighthawk.
A common nighthawk was sitting there at the blast happened, and the nighthawk didn't fly. So it's like the type of blast, it's really small. Like it's not like it's like
quiet blasting.
So that
makes any sense.
That was something that made, like, these are the kind of things where I get a flag up or something.
Yeah.
Nine trim, that kind of stuff.
And then the second part was, well, how do you get all that stuff off the hill? How are you going to do that? And they sort of had two different ideas. One was a tram. So basically you're generating electricity, like kind of like a gondola kind of thing. But then the more likely one was electric rock trucks. But the trucks are generating power when they're going downhill. And then the amount of power they need to go uphill, like they're almost like it was like a positive power generation.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other part was there's absolutely nothing in this process that LTN contracting couldn't do. That stuff there. And then as far as the EA, there's virtually nothing that isn't within LTNE's capability. And so again, it was like, if the fit met with the nation, I was like, there's a lot of things that encouraged me to want to explore this further. And that's it in a nutshell. And then the water. There's not a water concern.
After this year's drought.
Yeah. But then what does it look like when it's finished? Right?
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Probably next year will be abundance, will be flood season. That's a climate change. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're interested in this project.
Very good.
It's
Wonderful.
something that we're looking forward to, like, for the future. We got a plan for our future, right? So, and panels are one of them, and it's basically a very low impact. And if the birds don't mind, I don't see why we shouldn't. We'll just, yeah.
Let me see also, Chief. We've got a lot to work through.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt about that. But the initial feeling is what helps us to get to work and bring out some of these things. And I know the process is going to be similar to the previous discussion about the IPD, the PPD, and all of those planning process. So there's a long way, but many of these value components will be brought forward, and several discussions will be had with community, with council, discussions around these value components. Caribou, they already know that it's going to be a long discussion to have, and I believe they are pretty much open to work with the nation on some of these. Of course, they know already Caribou will be a sensitive thing to discuss, but I know they are open to the discussion and the direction the nation wants to go in that. But ultimately, the most important thing is to have a feel of what council thinks about this, and we can bring it up from there. We have the MOU. After this meeting, I will send it to Malcolm. I'll see if council will also with that, and then we can get LTN also involved after this discussion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're certainly open to working with the nation in any way. Ultimately, we want to do mining different, not the way it was done.
Yeah.
We'd like to be able to come and work in true partnership and be shoulder to be able to say, hey, we're all working together. We're all pulling for this goal. How can we do it? And how can we maximize benefits for everybody involved? Certainly, the other part of my job when I was sitting in Shelton's chair was that employment and training side of things. And we were able to really just start moving things along. So I think the first summer I was there, we brought in a totally different scale on the Blackwater granted, but during the environmental assessment, I think we brought in close to $85,000 to the community. And that's a shot in the arm for a community that is used to living on social assistance of $230 a month or whatever you have, right? And that was through just job shadowing with the Kiefer team that were just going along. Is that, you know, as I would tell everybody, is that, well, you know, you're going to go out there now, you might not like fisheries, you may love it. At the end of the 2 weeks, you'll know. And they would go out, and we've had some good success stories on that where people have carried on and moved through. But that comes through that, just that partnership of working and how could we do something together.
Based on your experience, just to be specific, what kind of, I know you mentioned trucking jobs. If you can be a little bit more specific as to what skill is needed for to work when the 4 years, for example.
Sounds good. Okay, well, there'll be someone has to be mine manager. So, and then there needs to be a shift boss. So these are the two more senior positions, and there's no reason your members could not aspire for these jobs once they get experience. And then after that, there's heavy equipment operatives. So there'd be, we're not talking about a major operation, but probably somewhere around 10 people. And there'd be people operating the machines. There'd be someone who has to become a blasting technician, which what Horse Creek was doing was contracting that out, but it's nothing people cannot overcome. And then there needs to be an environmental manager, which would be perfect with your partnership. And then you take the rock down the hill. So we need to basically find a good spot for a railway siding and to crush. So there'd be jobs in the crushing plant, loaded shifting train cars around, and also, yeah, just kind of all the admin, because there's a bunch of admin to running such projects. So many different kinds of skills, from heavy equipment to biology to administration. And the chances are this mine would, or quarry would work for, let's say, 4 months a year and stockpile down below, and then it can keep crushing throughout the rest of the season. And if you're feeling really bold and crazy, the other opportunity, which John is the expert, but they looked at putting a silica metal smelter in Golden, which didn't work there. There wasn't enough electricity. But who knows? I mean, blue sky thinking in Prince George with great infrastructure.
Here for it.
Yeah. So you could think really big later on, but really right now it's just a matter of, let's figure out what the resource is.
Yeah.
Let's work together. We would love to come to any kind of community meetings you have and explain it to the membership.
Kind of are right now, Corey. Or do we do live stream to our members?
Oh, good.
How much electricity is needed to do?
Well, these
something
things
like
take
that?
massive electricity. John, you'd be able to answer that very high level.
Yeah, so in Tennessee with Sonova, the company I co-founded, they need 220 megawatts of power. Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah. So, but we could do a smaller one up here and do about 100 megawatts of power. But you know, the biggest hurdles to building a silicon metals facility in Canada is the electricity price. The state of Tennessee, the Tennessee Valley Authority, which is the local power provider down there, they provide power at 3 cents a kilowatt. Where in BC, when we looked at doing it in Golden with BC Hydro, you know, that was, I believe, 6.6 cents Canadian. And I think it's probably gone up since then. So we would have to figure out something with BC Hydro on some help on the power price. But other than that,
Your own solar powers.
Yeah, you need it.
Then it's all the power you need.
So you're gonna be moving to coal power. Sorry, the coal power.
No, that would.
Oh, this is separate.
Yeah, if you wanted to do a crusher, smelter and all that.
Yeah. But yeah, for the first step, working on getting a quarry successfully permitted, ironing out our relationship. Would be very helpful after this meeting to be introduced to your companies, and we can all talk and figure out where the fit is.
Yes. There's our main contact right there.
Yeah, perfect.
He didn't see me go like this.
Okay. So we'll review the MOU and.
Yeah, this is really like an early kick at the can of the MOU. We don't want to take any liberties and put words in your mouth or anything. So it's just kind of a capture all at this point. You know, I mean, if we'd come in and you said, no, absolutely not, we don't want that, well, then back to the drawing board. If this is something that's acceptable, perhaps we can have that MOU and we can work on that together and co-develop it, not us hold the pen and then give it to you and say, hey, check mark it or what have you.
So we really just brainstormed out the process for how we see it, things working, and the hope is you guys will have some input, and then we can all sit down over an online meeting and pencil it off and give it to legal if they want to have a look. It never hurts.
Really just kind of get an understanding of what each other is looking for and how we act in a relationship. The best way is just to have an agreement in place to say, okay, if we're out of line, you can hold our feet to the fire, so to speak. But, you know, as long as we have a common understanding of what we're each trying to attain, then I think everything can work quite well. So,
interesting.
I'd like to take a different approach.
Point of contact for Benga and Chilton.
Yep, perfect.
Fantastic.
We will look forward to moving forward in this.
Here.
Yo, thank you so much.
That's
Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you so
for
much.
allowing us to
Yeah.
meet our
Very interesting.
That's okay.
I didn't even notice.
Fantastic. Okay. Good. So I guess the next steps here, we'll be reaching out to you two and with the. Oh yeah, maybe we just have a little chat after here. I'm just waiting on the meeting.
There's actually another meeting. There's another session.
10-minute break.
Yeah, health break.
Thank
you guys
for coming in.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
How's the rest of your week? Right, so it's Thursday, right?
Yeah, Thursday.
So we better catch up on those plans very soon.
Yeah, let's not this week.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah, I'm pretty flexible next week.
yeah, I can find a bit of time next week.
Okay, great.
Yeah, let's just back on. See you guys.
That'd be fantastic.
You know, like just he can go home and tell us.
Thank you.
It's really interesting because I've worked with foresters for so many years. I don't miss that kind of stuff. Like I did everything in forestry back then. Like we did the beetle thing, we did the soil mechanism, we did the planting, we did the surveying of areas all over BC, in Golden and places like that, just to back in the
Okay, we're back. We have. Start off with the round table, start with Wendy.
Wendy Jail, council.
Executive Director.
I'm Josh from council.
Chief Allan Moulton.
Allan, a minute.
Crystal gets council.
Robert Joining Council.
My name's Wyatt Redikoff, and I'm it's my partner here in Crest. So we're with Crest Insulation, and a little while back we had reached out to Allan, just based on all the work that we currently do in the Clear Lake territory. We thought it made sense to see if we could build on a working relationship with you guys. We've been working in Prince George since 1975, so we've been around here a long time. We do mechanical and insulation in industrial and commercial environments. So we do a lot of work with Tidewater Renewables, Canfor, West Fraser. We're involved with Enbridge. So yeah, we just thought it would be a good opportunity to work together on some of these projects, especially with all the energy projects coming up in the area. They all need insulation, and that's what we do. And again, we felt that our values align in the aspect that, you know, what the biggest piece of our trade is energy conservation, environmental stewardship in a way that we're, you know, reducing carbon emissions and carbon footprints and making things run more efficient. Also, like we feel too that we would be able to provide employment opportunities too for people within the band. Our trade is a red seal trade, so it's an accredited apprenticeship program. So it give folks opportunities to start a trade. You know, we've got medical, dental plans, pension plans. It's a good career for people that want to join.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, both Wyatt and I have had long-standing careers within this trade. 22 years myself. I'm sure
20 as well.
Yeah, over 20 for Wyatt. So it is something that if you start and you stick with it, it will do you good for your entire life.
I'm sorry, what was your name?
Gord Cramp. Yeah.
And we have John West on online.
Okay.
Okay.
So you do a lot of work with Enbridge?
Yeah, we do work on the pipeline. We do a lot with Tidewater. We have a 3-year that we're just negotiating the final steps for a 3-year maintenance contract. We've been selected as the company for that. We've been working out there for 20 years with Tidewater, for us before that. And then we do a lot of maintenance work with Canfor, like you say, pulp mills. And then on the commercial side, we do like commercial institutional, so hospitals, schools, healing centers. We do all the insulation in those facilities as well. So some of the kind of larger projects that we're on right now, not so much in this territory on the commercial side, but we're doing the Fort St. James Hospital. We've got the contract for the Dawson Creek Hospital. We're doing the new healing center in Vanderhoof coming up. And yeah, so we're busy on the commercial side as well.
So do you guys have revenue share or benefits agreements with the nations on in like Silica's or is this the first?
This is their first opportunity. So
yeah, we figured we'd start with our backyard here and the community, right? Meet everybody here first.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, you're working with Enbridge on they're not twinning it, their expansion.
Yeah. We'll be, yeah. We'll likely be involved for parts of that work. Like again, we work too with all the local contractors, like mechanical companies like Tyrod Industries and SQ Mechanical. So we usually work with them as well. So anything that comes up for them insulation wise, we're usually the guys they use. So, yeah.
You guys work with RBOs as well? Sorry. You guys work with RBOs as well?
Yes, yeah, we're in the bidding process right now for the jobs there. Yeah, we just thought it would make sense, like I say, being in all the energy projects coming out and us being part of that conservation piece, you know, knowing the green trade, so we can work together. Yeah.
You gotta do it sometimes.
Yeah, somebody's got to do it.
You would, yeah. Yeah, we actually, years ago, we actually were the company that did the jail, the top of the hill there. Yeah. So, and then in that pamphlet too, you'll see we also can offer scaffolding services and some paintings and coatings as well. One thing I mentioned to Allan too, we have a parent group, we're a group of companies that work prominently out of the Lower Mainland. So we've got, you know, in BC, us being part of that group, we're the largest installation contractor pretty well in BC. We have about 375 employees in our group. So yeah, there's opportunities there as well. So huge.
So, prior to meeting with us, have you discussed anything with regarding agreements or MOUs or?
Yeah, we've been talked.
Yes, we jumped. Sure.
Yeah.
We talked about revenue share agreements. Mainly, you know, I think it was in the 5 or 6% range. Basically being, you know, again for our advocacy and the more and more interest. So try to keep it competitive. While we're never going to be the cheapest, but we also don't want to be, you know, price ourselves onto the moon or anything like that. So yeah, no, it's they're all around that range, and that range is also comfortable with Enbridge, which is also because I asked them what their range is, so that falls into that.
Yeah, we can look at that Tidewater piece too, again, right? So yeah.
Where's your main office located?
Here in Prince George.
In Prince George?
Yep.
Where?
So it's off of North Chaco. So currently, I have an office built off the back of my residence. We're in the process of procuring land here to start an office. So yeah, so we work out of there, and then we have support from my head office, and again, group of companies. So some of the finance stuff, that part comes from our head office in Vancouver. So yeah.
Okay. So you're in the process of procuring land, or?
Yeah, we're actively looking. We've had some dealings we're working on, so we're trying to kind of get some land and build a brick and mortar type shop. So
how much land are you looking for?
We've been looking at even an acre. We were looking at some that size. We looked at that piece over by the roundabout on the other side.
Oh yeah.
We've been dealing on that back and forth quite a few times. There's just some engineering issues with the ground and the dirt and stuff.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
for sure. A whole lot of cement blocks for that.
Yeah.
Attention for sure, yes.
Yeah, because eventually once we get that, a building built in some land, we want to move some more of our services up from the coast, like I say, expand on the scaffolding and that sort of thing. So
you know, grow our installation division a bit to be nice to explore a little bit more and maybe move up to the north a bit.
Yeah.
See what we can find up there.
So with that acre, how big of a building do you think you would need?
Well, the one when we looked at that lot, that one there, I think it's noted as 5 acres for that parcel. If we could have made it work there, we were going to go with what, a 20,000 square foot building. And look at even maybe renting out some space there as well. So Again, we're just kind of back and forth.
But eventually you'd be looking for more land if you want to move to more.
Yeah, yeah, we would, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably the same area.
Yeah.
Are we in for tournament?
Yeah.
It'd be a different kind of deal.
Yeah.
Sorry, it just.
Oh, we're open.
My brain is.
Yeah.
We just need a home, that's all.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
What is ISNet World Certified?
Well, that's a compliance website that companies need to have in order to work for companies like Enbridge, a lot of oil and gas companies require you to remember that. So what that site does is just, it lets them know that we have a full safety program and we're up to speed with training and everything's in place. So
are you a preferred company with Enbridge?
With Enbridge itself, we do a lot of work with the mechanical. So we do a lot of subcontracting work to like tie rod companies like that. But we do work direct for them at times too. So. We're kind of a niche trade for what we do, kind of specialized. You know, there's not a lot of companies that are out there doing this type of work, so it gives us lots of opportunities.
Yeah, I can think of 3 companies coming in. Explaining.
Yeah.
And again, on the commercial side too, like of course, any building that's done, all the HVAC ducting, all that stuff has to insulate properly, and, your domestic water and stuff. So yeah, there's a lot to our trade that people don't really realize when they think of insulation. They just think of the big insulation.
Yeah.
At Home Depot, right?
That's what came to my mind.
Yeah.
Sorry, just being honest.
Well, even when we approached Allan at first, too.
Seen one, you've seen them all.
Yeah.
I didn't even know pipes had insulation. Like what they're talking about, I that was what pipes looked like. I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
Actually, just go get the pipe.
It's just a metal tin.
Lucky charm.
Whatever. It's a oh, there's 2 sides. Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Yeah,
These guys.
maintaining temperatures in these systems is pretty critical to their efficiency, yeah.
And in the winter, you get those cold snaps. We're busy. We're very busy. So,
Oh, yeah. We've had pipes burst in the other
Yeah.
building.
Yeah.
Not insulated.
Yeah. So we get lots of calls for that, and then of course all the maintenance work at the mills, like when they do their shutdowns and they redo their boilers and stuff, we're always involved with all of that. Everything's insulated. We have to take it off. They do their service for to put it all back on. And then going back to the asbestos piece and the lead, all these older facilities in our area, all the paint on all the structural steel and beams, that's all lead. So anytime they go to make a modification or want to install a pipe, we get the call to go in, remove the paint, follow the work safe rules, and then a lot of these facilities still have asbestos insulation on the piping, so we're very busy with that all the time as well. So keeps us going for sure.
Yeah, because the mandate is that they're wanting to get rid of all the asbestos in the lead painting by a certain year down the future.
That's got to be a cash cow.
Works so well.
I was gonna say, I'm like,
yeah,
you are doing something nobody wants to do, and they have to do it.
Yeah,
that's a good combo.
I think the government used to actually, they subsidized it for the asbestos removal with the mills.
Yeah.
But that has gone the way of the buffalo a little bit there, and we're hoping to see that come back. That would help out quite a bit.
Yeah, I know there's mills, old mills and stuff that get dismantled and stuff. Do you guys have do they have to call you to check the pipe, or do they just basically go in there and remove them?
They're actually mandated now to do a hazardous survey before they do any demo work. So that's exactly that. They go in and they test everything from, you know, thermostats, the mercury and lighting units and asbestos lead. And usually when they find that in surveys, we get the call, and same thing, we go in and remove it before they demolish it. So.
Is there, I think there's only a certain place you can take all that asbestos to, isn't there?
Yeah, right now we do take it up to the regional landfill there. So it's a bit of a process. It's not like a manifest, and they dig a hole and they bury it under the ground.
Did you see it again? You got a bunch of bears with like an extra paw. Birds with seven.
And 20 years from now, they're gonna call you because they wanna build something there. Remove all that old stuff.
You're creative.
Buried it all.
I got you.
Yeah.
20 years, do it to 2 years.
Yeah.
Move it over.
Yeah.
50 yards down that way.
Down the hole.
Yeah, exactly.
You bet.
And with insulation,
Yes.
how do you determine how thick or how much insulation each pipe needs to be? Because there's a certain criteria for a certain amount of heat or whatever is going through that pipe that needs, where the combustion isn't gonna be so bad or it's gonna be low.
Yeah. So typically the engineering on all those projects, they put out a specification.
Okay.
So a lot of times it's based on like operating temperature of the line, of course, right? So, you know, that'll tell us if we need to go 2-inch thick or 3-inch thick. And we deal with some pretty high temperature applications.
Yeah.
Like turbines run really hot, you know, it goes sometimes 6 inches thick, 8 inches. So, yeah.
And when they give you their specifications, I know that sometimes, like, if there's always accidents do happen. Like, do you double check their specification before you do it?
Yes.
And that sometimes, like, they give you the wrong size or.
Yeah, we often,
tell them.
yeah, we often run into stuff where we look at operating temperatures and go, hey, this doesn't actually make sense, or this material that you guys are suggesting to do this wouldn't be feasible for these applications. So we try to be very, we try to work with our customers as much as possible to provide that level of service.
Thank you. The reason I asked is because down south when that mill blew up, that was part of the problem. They had the wrong kind of insulation around that pipe. Yeah.
Really?
Around those pipes in the boiler room.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I asked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So any other questions for us or?
It's really interesting, though.
Yeah, we can talk about insulation all day long.
Yes.
Yeah, we made you wait an hour or so. Allan.
Yeah. Not my fault. Not for the painting right now. Yeah. Yeah, that's our paint shop on the coast. We're in the process of getting into doing more of the field painting. So again, we can offer that on the pipelines and at the refineries. But that facility there is for big pieces of equipment and stuff. But again, eventually we'd like to move that service up here as well. So. Yeah, there's synergies between the painting, the coating, and slating, and you know, it's all kind of part of the process. So.
I think that, yeah, it's definitely with this, and I'll be our right person to work with.
Awesome.
It's benefits both of us, right?
Mhm.
We get a bit of revenue sharing, and then you get give you preferred companies. Our preferred company.
Yeah. Oh, that's excellent. And again, any you know, there's younger people in the community or in the band that again, want to look into an apprenticeship program. We're, we're trying to grow, so we need people coming on board and get training going and stuff. So there'd be lots of opportunities there.
Yeah, that would be good because there's a lot of band members that's younger now that getting into this kind of stuff and they want to learn. So.
And it's a good wage. Yeah, like these guys within 4 years, they become a journeyman. A journeyman wage right now is sitting around $44 an hour on a straight time hour. So
hell,
I was like, when did you just quit? Yeah. Yeah.
I always forget the lie.
Yeah. But it's a good living wage. I guess.
But it is, like just to get them interested, do you have like any kind of brochures or any kind of like to-do list that you could share?
We would even be willing if they're interested and want to see what the trade's about. We could bring them out to one of our job sites and give them the opportunity to see what it is we do. We'd be totally open to stuff like that,
Wow.
Job fair.
Yeah.
Job fairs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that something we need to get to?
That would be nice. Perfect.
Stuff like that. There are a lot of young kids. I think we should start having something sooner, like trying to get the kids' attention in grade 9 and 10.
Yeah, if there's job fairs that you're aware of coming up, if you give us a heads up, I'm a union representative for our local, so I can put something together and show up for that for sure.
Yeah.
Barb's right there.
Oh, Barb, yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, and we would like to do that as
Employment opportunity.
Yeah, we can do it from the company side or from the union side. Yeah, which either.
Yeah.
I think that's key that we catch these kids young, grade 9 and 10, because they're still flipping and fluffing and.
One
thing, this idea of what to do after grade 12.
Yeah.
What they have to take, not only to graduate, but what they will need for the actual.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. Like I meant something like that, like what Chief was saying, to catch them in that grade 8, 9 level. Then, like they might not want to do that by the time they get there, but at least they'll have the knowledge.
So like, so I know School District 57 has a program with CNC, and it's welding. I think they go there in grade 10. Grade 10. So they go do the welding ticket or heavy duty mechanics and stuff. So by the time they grade 12 graduate, they have a ticket.
Yeah.
And then they just need their apprentice hours.
Yeah,
Is that something you might be interested in?
Well, we'd have to kind of look into that one because the way that our apprenticeship is structured is that you require your grade 12 to actually get into it. So I don't know if like jumping the gun per se on that one is possible, but it is something that we can look into.
I think it'd be really good for our industry to start doing that.
Yeah.
Because again, we're that niche trade. We've got LNG Canada stuff going on. Like LNG Canada at the peak is going to need, I can't remember what the number was for
400 plus or something.
400 plus insulators on that one site alone, right?
Wow.
And then you got wood fiber LNG coming up with
Squamish, yeah.
And again, that was something that brought up to Allan as well. Again, with our partner company, we will be bidding on all that work, and which would be Squamish territory. So I don't know if there's any opportunity, if we have a partnership or agreement that there's a way where maybe LTN, we could look at, procuring some of that work with Squamish Nation, having a connection with LTN. And I don't know how that piece all works, but if there's opportunities to do stuff like that.
The agreement between the two schools is not really an agreement. No, they do it, but it costs, like the band has to pay $2,500 per student.
Okay.
So
yeah,
there's something about scaffolding, painting, stuff. It's an idea.
Yeah.
Something to think about, anyways, because Because we are losing a lot of our trades.
We are, yeah.
A lot of students aren't going into trades. They don't want to go.
Guys are retiring and there's nobody to replace them.
Nobody to replace them yet.
So, and then the thing with for us is a lot of people just don't really know our trade exists. They don't know that there's an installation accredited trade.
They just come out of the box like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
The Amazon package.
That's it.
YouTube.
YouTube.
Yeah, that would be neat. Yeah. There's lots of opportunity. We just have to put our heads together and work together and start somewhere. Even if it's a simple little thing as just having a meeting and then go from there.
Exactly. Yeah.
That'd be interesting, really interesting. I like
Oh,
it.
yes, so our point person is Allan.
Mhm.
We'll work on it and we'll do it.
And he will book the right times in the future.
I told you that it was just pushed back, but apparently you guys were at 2 instead of 1. So.
Well, I'll swing by later this week. I owe you an apple and an Nova bar. I'll come up, yeah. Yeah.
Next steps, it's next down.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll send you the template and you can have a look at it. And then, I mean, there's only a few things that change from the company, but they're pretty straightforward stuff. And yeah, then we just go from there and get an autograph from your end and an autograph from our end. And then we'll add you to the list of our companies. And then when that's done, then we send that list out. Every time it gets updated, it goes out to
everywhere.
The Enbridges and
perfect.
The mailing list, let's say. And then if you need anything from us as far as letters of support or anything advocacy on our part, then I will do that for you as part of this, because when you win, we win. And vice versa.
Yeah, excellent. So that sounds great. Well, I really appreciate all of your time and time for us. And
Thank you for coming to Depenau.
Yes.
Insulated pipes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure. I enjoyed bugging you going by.
Yeah.
Excellent. I'll walk you guys up.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Allan, you can take these.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I don't feel the
Nice to meet you too.
Oh.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Got a good handshake too.
Yeah.
Trying to get a job.
24 bucks an hour, hell yeah. Holy jeez.
Well, the next one up, we have in camera.
In camera.
In camera for the rest of the day. So thank everybody for joining in, and we will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. for and business. We'll be out on the north side.
Have a good evening, everybody.
Bye.
Later.